Boy, if someone could be nice and check mine too, because nah, you're DM. You don't gotta do shit when you're DM because you're already doing everything else. A thing.
We are all bastards.
Aren't we?
Oh no, not at all.
Let's see.
Okay, where is the...
Okay, that's significantly better. Alrighty, so now that I've established that my audio is functional, hello! Welcome to my Twitch channel, and Mint's Twitch channel, and Vinny's Twitch channel, because we're all streaming.
Ooh.
I'm off to a great start. I'm being very
By the way, Vinny, yours says session
eloquent.
8 as your title.
Yeah, I know.
But your audio's good.
Yes.
That's all that matters.
So,
Yeah.
welcome to D&D night. In honor of Echo's birthday, up here in my top left corner. Happy birthday, Echo!
Hopper.
We here to celebrate our dear, wonderful, mythical being of a friend turning a quarter of a century.
Disgusting. How dare you tell them that?
Oh well. And before we actually get started in tonight's tale, if any of you have a beverage on hand, I would like to propose a toast to Echo, our esteemed chaotic being. May you live as eternally as your existence. Cheers.
Wow.
That was
Nom,
very
nom,
eloquent of
nom,
me.
nom.
All right, so I am your DM tonight, and today we are going to be playing a modified version of the Scrivener's Tale from the Candlekeep module by Wizards of the Coast. Scrivener, I might be saying that wrong. I'm off to a great start. So first things first, before I go around and give us kind of a little recap to get us immersed into where we are right now, we're going to go around and introduce our characters. So I would like for you to introduce yourself in your pronouns, introduce your character in their pronouns, and if you're feeling fancy, share a random fact about your character. Not obligatory whatsoever, but just for funsies. So let's start with Vinny, because I want revenge for all the times that he puts me on the spot.
Hi guys, I'm Vinny / Vander. You can find me at vander.vision just about everywhere at this point because I made my life easier doing that. My pronouns are he, him. I'm playing Trine. Trine is she, her for pronouns. And random fact. Can't go with the book stuff because we've already talked about that a
We
great
did
deal.
talk about the book stuff, but you can still share it as a fact. Only I know about that. Well, us as a collective.
She had a pet cat. She had a pet cat that ended up getting transmuted into a tabaxi, which is really ironic, and I wasn't going to bring that fact up, but it is just so easy to bring up.
Shut the fuck up.
By the way, this
great.
character is 6 years old.
Quick question, what is Trine's race and class?
Oh, a ranger cleric combo, hunter trickery, and race.
Kareen,
Hi,
introduce yourself.
Hi. I'm Kareen. My pronouns are she, her, and my character is Gina Figaro Zettelmeyer. I have to look at her character sheet every time for the last name. Gina's the most important part, though.
Okay.
And she is a rock gnome who is an artificer. Oh, sorry. I got distracted because I didn't realize there was a cat in my room, but there is. Okay.
A lot of cats tonight. It's the vibes.
Fucking mittens.
I
Oh,
snuck
boy.
into your house.
Fun fact, that's the other thing you wanted? Did I get every... Oh,
Yeah,
my
fun fact.
character's pronouns are also she, her. And fun fact, shoot, I had something in mind and then I forgot it. Gina, oh, actually, I do have a fun fact.
Oh, go
About
ahead.
3 days ago, she licked the science and it was the wrong science to lick, so she is missing half her taste buds right now.
She licked the science.
Mm-hmm.
That's a thing.
Yes. Yes.
I need to process that for a little bit.
She licked the science. It
Okay.
was the wrong type of science to lick. Because, like, if it's baking science, cool to lick. But other kinds of science, not always.
It was the acid via silence of some kind of artificer.
I'm concerned. Anyway, Artemis,
Prob-
why don't you introduce your character?
Yeah, hi, I'm Artemis. I'm playing Raven. Pronouns they, them. I'm playing Raven, who is a happy little psychopath and is an aberrant mind sorcerer, which means he is also kind of a nut job, but just a little.
Kind of.
Kind of bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
All right.
Fun
Fun fact, if you have one, you don't have to if you don't want to.
fact. Raven has a flute called Us, who gives them commands. So he's
Okay.
the pronouns are he, they, and he's talking to that flute, and that flute answers, but only he can hear it.
Uh-huh.
So is it really there? Who knows?
Well, I guess we'll find out. Alrighty.
I guess.
Let's go next to Tay Tay. Introduce yourself, bud.
Hi, I'm Tay Tay. You can call me just Tay if you like. I'm everywhere as unapologetic MB. I always mess this up. Unapologetically MB.
You said it right the first time.
Oh, did I?
You did. You did good.
I'm okay. Okay, let's keep going. I'm they them. I'm playing a character who's also they them. It's Manchester Silvery. Fun fact about Silvery is that he is only in this party because he lost a bet, and now he kind of enjoyed the company, and he's just sticking around.
I
But
have
he
a
started
follow-up
off as
question.
losing a bet.
I have a follow-up question. Did he
Go.
lose a bet with someone in the party or outside of the party?
Outside of the party.
Okay. Noted. All right. I think
These
Ariel
are
needs
your
a couple
idiots. Go
Yeah.
with them.
Ariel, I think, needs a couple more minutes, so we'll have them introduce their character last. Let's go to our guest of honor, Echo.
Hello. My name is Echo. They, them pronouns. I am playing Hazel. Any pronouns work for Hazel. She is a high elf warlock. And fun fact about Hazel, they used to have a familiar that was a cat. And that cat turned into a humanoid named Mittens.
And so I guess we'll go to Mittens. Hi. Hi, Mint. I don't know if that was on
Boy,
purpose or if
that
that was
really
by
is.
accident. But the timing was delightful.
The timing was perfect.
Delightful.
The timing was just too good.
When you poof your familiar out of existence.
Like straight up, Hazel just unsummoned Mittens.
You love it.
Oh man.
So good.
All
Hello,
right, I think
I
Mittens,
would
where are
love
you?
it if Mint came back, but it's just an octopus.
never. What? Never. No. Never.
But yes, I'm the birthday person. Hee hee.
You are, in fact.
No way.
What?
Okay.
Sounds fake.
The reason we're doing this particular one shot tonight?
Yeah. You know. Ariel, I don't suppose you can hear us? I'm gonna take that as a no.
I can hear you.
Oh, hi. Do you want to briefly introduce your character and maybe share a fun fact or nah?
Sure. So
Okay.
I am playing Sir Marcus Leopold Bradford.
What a bastard.
I hate him.
Oh, also my name is Ariel. I use they them pronouns, but I had to introduce the bastard first.
Yep.
And he uses he him pronouns.
Okay.
And fun fact about him is he has never been wrong ever in his life.
Sure. Absolutely.
That was
100%.
a
Yeah.
fun fact.
There's the
Fun
good
fact.
boy.
It kicked me out.
It did kick you out. Mittens, if you would like to introduce yourself, we'll get started with the adventure proper.
Okay. All right, my stream's not working. That's fine. Whatever.
Unfortunate.
I missed whatever happened in the last 2 minutes, but
We're just still
Hi.
introducing ourselves.
Yep.
Well, yeah, no, I know that. Hi, I'm Mint. My pronouns are they, he, and I am playing Mittens, whose pronouns are he, they. Mittens is a tabaxi wild magic sorcerer multi-class with rogue. And fun fact about them, they used to be a familiar, and then they were magically turned into a tabaxi, and now they have to learn how to human.
I was
Well,
gonna
how to
say,
people.
how was that transition at first? Just out of curiosity.
Not great. It's still pretty fresh. It happened
How
within
recent?
the last like 6 months.
Oh no. Okay, great. Okay, wonderful. So I'm gonna go ahead and get started with our little lead into the adventure. Let's see if this sound works. Cool, cool, cool. So the 7 of you have been adventuring together for some time. So much so that you've all earned a name for yourselves. And I'm very curious to hear what that group name is.
Which,
Guest of honor.
please, we're the Chaos Coven.
The Chaos Coven. I'm here for it. Okay. So you guys have become known as the Chaos Coven. In all of your adventuring, you've decided that you've earned yourself a little vacation. However, you each have different interests and hobbies outside of adventuring. So as a party, you decided on a compromise. You would tear up some slips of parchment with different activities and locations to visit on them, throw them into a hat, and that's how you would decide where to go. And these are all like 1 to 3 day visits to different places or participating in different activities. So this time around, you pull from the hat Candlekeep. Now, Candlekeep is the library to end all libraries. It is a fortress of books upon books upon books. It has been known to carry virtually every kind of book in existence, both fiction and nonfiction, ancient lore, and the occasional spicy novel, as well as historical texts and documents. You arrived at this fortress yesterday afternoon, agreed to stay here 1 or 2 nights. Depends on how everybody's feeling. And some of you immediately hit the stacks, being book lovers, and the rest of you have been free to wander, also pull books at your leisure. There are sages and librarians abound to assist you freely in finding any book you seek. I may have asked you this previously, but I'm curious to know, for my book lovers, or really anybody, what kind of books would your character seek out in this library to end all libraries? Starting with Mittens.
Excellent question. Mittens can read. He
Mhm,
can read.
mhm,
He does not
But-
care to.
mhm.
He is walking around the library just pushing books. off
Does he like
himself.
picture books?
No.
Oh my, okay.
No, he just likes to just push
So
them
He's
you're
on
just being a cat.
Okay. Mittens is just going about causing chaos. Lovely. We
Yeah.
love to see it.
You asked us what we liked to do, and Mint and I both answered chaos.
No, I fully understand that. I just didn't
Yeah,
know if at any point in time you'd like to take a break from said chaos and just enrich your
Oh, no, no.
minds a little bit.
No.
Not a chance.
Yeah, the break from chaos is also more chaos.
That's fair, that's fair.
Yeah.
Moving on to Raven. What kind of books does Raven like to read, if any?
Raven likes to read mostly, well, the real word equivalents would be cosmic horror or something like that. So
Okay.
basically, if there is some kind of Cthulhu mythos or something like that in Candlekeep, then Raven has definitely found it and
Oh, definitely.
is currently just going through the things and, oh, wait. People are dumb.
Lovely. Let's move on to Sir Marcus. I believe you previously said that you only like to read your own works, if I'm not mistaken. Is Ariel?
That is correct.
Oh boy. Okay, so Sir Marcus only likes to read his own works. Surprisingly, Candlekeep has 3 copies of your latest volumes. I don't know how many books you've published in your lifetime, but I'm going to assume at least 5.
Well, he's an elf, and so therefore he is like James Patterson.
Okay, you just crank them out. Got it. Cool. Yeah, there's at least 3 of your books that are easily found without you even getting any assistance. Sages, if you ask them, probably could find the rest for you. I'm just curious, do you like seek out your own writings and then just like secretly autograph them? Because I feel like that's something Sir Marcus would do.
Oh no, why would he autograph them? He does move them up to the front of the library so they're easily found though.
Wonderful.
I love this bastard man.
You know how people will like switch out things and put Taylor Swift's album in front of everybody else?
Same shit.
Yeah, same thing.
Got it.
Autographs cost
Great.
extra.
Amazing.
Just put it on the display shelves, my guy.
Mm.
It's a library. They gotta have them.
Trine, I know you are a book lover. I believe you and Gina are both kind of the types to like gather up a bunch of materials at once and just take up like whole corners to yourselves and like cross-reference and take notes haphazardly. What kind of books do you like to read? Oh, I can't hear you.
You're muted.
You're muted, Vinny.
Ha.
That would help.
It was for me.
Yeah, I gotta be dramatic. It's not my time to shine as DM, so I gotta shine as a player. So I currently have 2 projects going on. One's related to dreamscape stuff, including lucid dreaming and dream manipulation. The other project is trying to infuse parts of souls back together into one and rehabilitate them into the original beings that they're from. But my most recent project is tracking down all of Sir Marcus's books in every library we go to, getting them all together, cross-referencing the inconsistencies, and then putting them all into the fictional section in the bottom shelf.
Oh! You bastard!
I'm a bitch. Thank you very much.
I love that way too much. I'm here for the inter-party conflict. Great.
It's only conflict if they find out, baby.
Oh, you absolute bastard.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
What genre is Sir Marcus's books?
Oh yes, what genre?
Non-fiction.
Are they autobiographies? Like what kind of?
So not like Gilderoy Lockhart like things, but like conspiracy theories about the world and like how all of these things are totally true.
The
And
many
so
moments
I'm
of Sir
assuming
Marcus.
Each book is dedicated to a different theory.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Great. So we've
Multiple
got like
dedications are all
Mothman and Bigfoot and
Cthulhu.
Absolutely.
yeah. Well, Cthulhu probably exists. But
Yeah,
like
Raven has actually
Illuminati.
read the book of Cthulhu and was very disappointed.
We don't talk about it. Manchester, what about you?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Is there a bar near this library?
Okay, so that's a very good question. This is a fortress and people live here. So yes, there are like dining quarters and tavern-esque spots within the fortress. There are places to get your drink on and also sleep. You guys have actually been offered quarters since you stated intent to stay at least one night. And the first night is free. So we love to see it.
Oh, I'm definitely. Manchester is definitely.
Manchester's
drinking.
getting his drink on. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely. He might have grabbed a book about crimes and stuff like this, but he's probably just putting the beer on top of the book that is closed and not reading it, just for the funsies. Just grab it for the funsies to pretend he's reading, but he's not reading because he's drinking.
Gotcha. Okay. Gina, I know you're the other resident nerd in this group. What do you like to read?
Yeah.
Nerd.
I read everything.
Okay.
which means everything that Sir Marcus has written while we've been traveling with him, I have read and like offered to like proofread. Like genuinely.
Do you?
So-
I need to know. Do you ever try to correct Sir Marcus's theories?
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay, great. I love to see it. Okay, great.
Like I don't. There's no harm in the theory existing, whether or not it's true. The fact that it exists, there's no harm in that.
That's fair. It's a fair assessment. Okay, cool.
I see your face, Vinny. I like that's not an
That's so
objective
good.
truth. That's just true for Gina.
So good.
Deny clerics.
So what I have is like 4 or 5 books. You said science museums exist, so I'm assuming science fiction exists. So
Yeah,
there's like
absolutely.
a science fiction book, an actual like straight up high fantasy book,
Mhm.
a biography of some random person.
What counts as high fantasy in a D&D world? I mean, okay, you know what?
Autobiographies?
It's probably like some Feywild shit. Okay.
You don't have to like make me think existential questions today, Mel.
Sorry.
Um,
I had to ask.
It's fine. No, you're right. It's a great question. Anyway,
They're just
straight up, like-
recounts of events.
Continue.
It's the bard stories that are about adventurers, but it's been embellished so far that everybody knows it couldn't have really happened.
Oh, fairy stories.
A biography of someone, not a party member, just some random person.
Just some rando.
A nonfiction book completely irrelevant to any of the other subjects, and then like something that probably should equate to fan fiction but is in the library because it got published anyway. And they're all spread out on the floor around me, and I'm taking notes from each of them.
Okay, yes, Vinny, and then we're going on to Echo.
I was just gonna ask Echo, who's your friend in the background?
I love them. I love
Oh,
the
that's
hat.
Hagrid.
Hi, Hagrid. What a good boy.
Hi, Hagrid.
I agree.
Just
Okay.
keep your fingers out of his orifices.
All right.
They have a track record.
Gina. I mean, Hazel. See, I got distracted. Hazel, do you read? And if so, what do you like to read?
Not much.
Mm-hmm.
You'd think they would, considering they do all this spell shit, but they don't read a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Currently, they have been trying to find something to help with the Mittens situation,
Okay.
but they're not putting a lot of effort into it because they kind of like having Mittens as a humanoid around.
Okay, so you're doing some
It's easier
like
to have
mild
conversations
reading.
with a tabaxi than it is a familiar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So, hey, there's our bastard. You are muted, by the way,
Too
my
soon.
dude.
Okay, can
There
you
you
guys hear me? Are we good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sick. All
But
right.
it's easier to have
Alright.
conversations with a tabaxi than it is a familiar, so they're not putting a lot of effort into it, but they're putting like a mild amount of effort into finding something to solve that problem.
Yeah, totally. Okay, cool. So, one thing that's kind of nice about your stay in Candlekeep is that while you have quarters to sleep in, whenever you're spending time as a party or as individuals, you have like a separate reading room all to yourselves. It's like a nice little common area. It's got all these plush couches and cushions, and there's a nice little cozy fireplace. Like, it's very common for people to just like fall asleep here. So they make it as comfortable as possible in case you can't make it back to your sleeping quarters, because it happens. So throughout the day, I'll say like most of you are reading. Probably a few of you are at the bar. Probably Trine and Gina, and I don't know if Sir Marcus is really reading. Hazel's probably casually reading. Mittens is doing God knows what.
Mittens
Manchester's
is
getting crunk.
taking a nap.
Yeah. Okay, Mittens is taking a nap on the very plush couch. Raven is
trying to draw a
will allow it,
mustache
Hazel's
on the
definitely
sleeping
reading.
Mitten's face.
great. Raven is trying to draw a mustache on Mittens. That's
On their fur?
on their fur.
Yes.
Okay.
How are
I,
you doing
I mean,
that?
not
Hazel's
with
sitting right-
just with a
How are
piece
you-
of chalk, just trying to.
Mhm.
How are you doing that if Hazel is sitting literally right there petting Mittens?
I
Oh, Raven doesn't give
Would-
a fuck.
Raven gives 0 fucks.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys are hanging out in this like lounge, or you're coming and going. Some of you are off drinking. What's up, Manchester? Let's see. So I've got at least 4 people who are like actively reading, probably to some degree. I'm gonna roll a d4 really quick.
Marcus is following people around and trying to get them to read his book.
Noted. Cool.
I currently have all of them.
All right. So,
You think Marcus doesn't carry around his own copies?
Oh, for sure.
yeah, 100%.
Oh yeah.
100%.
Marcus, night hags don't live on volcanoes. I don't know why you would write this here.
That's what I said. They do that. First of all, I've seen it.
Whatever you say.
Okay. It just so happened the dice have spoken. So, Hazel, you have like a stack of like 3 books that you didn't really pay too much attention to. One of them was offered to you by one of the scholars that resides here in this fortress. It is a leather, like you close one book because you don't like immediately find the answer that you're looking for, and you put it to the side. You pick up the second book, and it's this leather bound book with like all these swirls on it. It's very pretty. It looks magical. You open it and you read the first few lines, and you see the title at the top that says The Scrivener's Tale. And the first few lines that you see tell a tale of like kind of revenge. It talks about this feud between a princess and a queen, the Princess of Shadowglass and the Queen of Air and Darkness. The queen is described as an intelligent, gleaming black crystal that hovers above a throne of twisted, petrified wood. And the princess seems to be the protagonist of this story. But then you get kind of bored and you just close the book. When you do this, aura is not the correct word that I'm going for, but like a wave of magic washes over you in a split second. And it makes you sneeze a little bit. It's like a little dusty, like there was like some pixie dust or some shit on there. Bless you. But other than that, nothing happens. So maybe it was just
That was in character, I think.
yeah, no, I know. I know. I responded to it anyway. Because I'm a polite ass bitch. But other than that, nothing really happens to you.
Mittens definitely wakes up at that sneeze and just like bats at Hazel.
Raven just freezes for a moment, looks at Mittens, finishes the spell, and shoots off.
They just go back to sleep.
Hazel just says shh and pets Hazel after, or not Hazel, Mittens after they bat at Hazel.
I love this.
Hazel pets Hazel.
Bad for the press to do that.
Okay, so time kind of passes by. You maybe doze off for an hour or so. It's really cozy and warm in here, and your cat is, sleeping in your lap. So
It's a good time.
it's a good time. It's a very cozy time. It's a good cozy place to be. You're kind of wondering why they even bother with sleeping quarters when these places are so cozy. But you are eventually lulled to sleep. Some of your companions around you, others of them elsewhere. When you wake up, you look down at your hand, and you notice that part of your skin is covered in writing that matches portions of the book that you were reading from.
What's happening?
What have you got there?
There's writing on me?
Fascinating.
Hazel, do you wear long sleeves or short sleeves?
This is what you see.
Okay. The text extends, kind of like my tattoo, actually. Kind of extends up your arm and kind of curls around up to your shoulder.
Fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus walks right up to you and like starts like moving your arm, being like, "Where did that come from?"
Mittens wakes up at this, just like,
Fuck if
"Shut
I know."
the fuck up.
It's okay.
No.
I'm trying to nap."
Well, that's unfortunate, isn't it? I'm busy.
Fucking wax him.
Mittens,
You'll be hearing from
you
my lawyer.
also... Did anybody else, besides Mittens, did anybody else rest or sleep in some capacity? Whether it just be in a contemplative, meditative state or just chilling on the couch, not really actively doing anything?
I mean, Rave was reading. If you count that as not really doing anything, so light activity, then yeah, definitely.
I would say if you were kind of in a sort of trance-like state, I think it would count. You know how sometimes you could kind of get lost in reading and you wake up and you're like, what year is it? You know, kind of thing. I don't know if... I don't want to assume that Raven's
it's more
that
like
kind of reader.
daydream about Daedric and Eldritch artifact.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So if you kind of like daydream a little bit, then okay. What about you, Trine?
I mean, I only need to trance, so like I probably like just head on desk for 4 hours, wake back up, start up again.
Okay, yeah. All right, cool. And then
Oh yeah, that's fair. Hazel would have been in a trance too, not actually sleeping.
Fair enough.
Manchester is now without his cape. I'm gonna do it. Wait, let me take it off. He doesn't wear a shirt. Never. He doesn't like shirts.
Boys.
Yeah. He just wear a vest and he takes off the cape. He usually doesn't take off the cape, but he did because it's too warm and he's drinking.
And he's drinking. And he just brought his drinks back to like the lounge room.
Oh, of course.
Okay,
pack.
cool.
A 6-pack.
Gina, what about you?
No, probably if she's left alone, would stay up all night continuing to do the studying stuff.
So you're the type that has to be told to take a break. Cool.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, and I think Sir Marcus said he was staying awake. Cool. So, everybody but Sir Marcus and Gina.
Yeah.
You all also wake up with this scripty writing going up your arm, wrapping around, kind of wraps around like your first 2 fingers as well, and goes up your shoulders.
Can I tell? Is it on my fur or under the fur?
It in your case, it kind of like it alters the coloration of your fur. It's almost like you got like a new pattern in your fur.
I gotta say that Manchester is full of tattoos. Like
yeah, it goes over
body.
your tattoos.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The fuck?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it the same story?
It is the same story. It is the same lines of text that that Hazel has on her arm. Yes, Sir Marcus.
Does that happen to everybody? Sorry, I got up for 2 seconds.
It happens to everybody who took some kind of restful state.
Oh.
So even if you were just like chilling on the couch for a few hours, if you were actually asleep, or if you were in some kind of trance, like either through very relaxed reading or something like that, just not being in a very stasis, or drinking, being in a very relaxed kind of vibe, that's when it happens.
All because this bitch opened a book.
You were trying to do right by your cat, if it's any consolation.
Manchester just goes to the barman and goes like, "Dude, who wrote this in my arm? Like, what the fuck's going on?"
And he kind of just looks at it and he goes, I didn't do it and I didn't see anybody else do it. You also left. You literally took your beer
Oh,
and left. So maybe talk to your friends. I'm assuming you came here with friends, maybe. Actually, did you
I don't
come here
have
with
friends.
friends? You showed up here alone.
I don't have friends.
That's
Raven just
unfortunate for you.
I can keep a straight face. I'm gonna ask my group of people.
Raven, what were you saying?
Raven just walks up to Sir Marcus and just pulls up his sleeve, inspects his arm, and, "Oi, bastard, you don't have those."
No, I don't, and that's quite unfortunate because I feel like that'd be very fun and sell a lot of books.
How many of
Maybe
you
just gonna hit him again.
how many of you have proficiency in Arcana?
Me.
Me.
Maybe.
Where do I
Me.
look this up? Because I have proficiency on something, but I don't know.
It
Under
should be marked
skills.
on your character sheet under skills. If you're
Yeah,
assuming
with
you're
a little
using
dot.
D&D Beyond, it'll have like a little black circle next to it.
Yeah,
You
I don't
probably
have
do
anything.
not, because I think you said he was a barbarian, or did I mishear
Yeah,
that?
no, it's
Yeah.
not. It's not Arcana. Okay.
Yeah,
Cool,
you got no Arcana.
Yeah.
If
No.
you're a magical barbarian, that's an interesting
Yeah,
choice.
I forgot.
Okay, so as you inspect the writing, those of you who have proficiency in Arcana, you can tell that spells such as Dispel Magic, Greater Restoration, and Remove Curse are not powerful enough to remove this writing.
I look at Marcus and turn into him.
You turn into Marcus.
Yes.
Why?
My appearance changes into that of Marcus.
Okay.
Because I'm a changeling and I can do that.
Oh, right.
Just cause.
That's right. So you just do that
Oh,
just
you-
for funsies.
No, you woke up on the right side of the bed this morning.
Trine goes up to both of them and is like, Marcus,
Must
the gentle journey of the gelatinous jelly. You do know that looks back and forth between the two. All right, which one of you wrote this pile of shit?
Fuck off, Trine.
Wow, you are the same person. You know people can't eat gelatinous jellies, right? They're made of acid. It actually would hurt them.
Yes, they
That's
can.
not
I've seen
Twitter.
it.
I did it once.
You can lick the science if you're brave enough, tried.
Write it down.
Come on now, that's Twitter talk. You can do everything once.
That's what talk?
Twitter. Twitter.
All right.
Trine just like hits the book on her head and walks away.
All right.
Trine is the only person with any sense in this party that is quickly becoming apparent.
Yep.
Oh, another thing that you realize is that you gain a benefit from this mark. And I will try to copy and paste this into chat later, but for now, do your best to write it down. After inspecting it and kind of assessing yourself internally, you realize that you can read, speak, and write in Sylvan, and magic cannot put you to sleep.
I can
However-
already do those things, so how am
Yeah, I
I
can already
Yeah,
do that.
same.
All the elves
Yeah,
are like, well,
not all of
fuck.
us
Good at it, yeah. Not all of us are Fey based, for fuck's sake. Drawback though. I'm gonna say Sir Marcus notices this. You look over at some of your companions who are like up and examining themselves. They don't cast a shadow. There's a fire flickering in the fireplace that is dispersing shadows everywhere.
Which Sir Marcus notices this?
The correct
The
one.
real one.
The real one. Will the real Sir Marcus please stand up?
That's me.
I had to do it.
I love it.
I love you, Artemis.
For anybody who wants to and is magically inclined, feel free to make an Arcana check as you investigate.
Can I do
this
an
text.
investigation check or only Arcana?
Oh, I'm sorry.
19.
It's in our Arcana check specifically.
That's a nat
19
2.
Arcana.
So
Wait, hang on.
6.
Hang on. Put your hand up if you made the check, so I can call on you one at a time. Okay. Sir Marcus.
19.
19. Artemis.
6. I have no fucking clue.
Poor thing. Hazel.
24.
All right. So Hazel and Sir Marcus, you determined that.
Mittens also has their hand raised.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I could not see your
took my hand. No, you're good.
Put
I
it
took
like-
my hand, put it down, and then I put it back up. Right.
do
when you
like
said
a
it.
this at me or something, so I could see your
Yeah.
hand because everybody is like very tightly bound now.
I got a 15.
Cool. That did not succeed.
Aw.
Sorry. So, Hazel and Sir Marcus, spending more time looking over this mark, you can determine that kind of the benefits that you gained, at least in Hazel's case, that you gained immediate sense of. You can tell that this affliction is progressive. So this writing is going to continue to grow across your skin.
Can we
Fantastic.
tell if it's a bad thing?
It's a double-edged sword because as the affliction grows, so you gain benefits, but you also gain
Problems.
negative effects. So yeah. So there's benefits and drawbacks to both. Let me see if I can get a screenshot on.
Is Marcus
Yeah,
still
like-
like examining Hazel's arm?
Oh no, he dropped it like a hot rock when he realized that it
The
was
fake
causing
one
that
is
problem.
totally still doing that.
You see, this is why you have to start reading good literature and not whatever the fuck that was.
The Gentle Journey of the Gelatinous Jelly. Don't read
How
it.
would we know?
Yeah, how would y'all know it came from the books? They're the one that picked up the book.
Oh, no, I mean what good literature is.
They also saw that you had been reading, and so it's not like a for sure. It's more of just like an assumption that this happened because you weren't reading his books. It's not meta. It's just him being an asshole.
Sounds about right.
Are you holding your hand up, Tay, or are you just
Yeah,
playing the
I
wand?
am. No, I am actually. I'm doing both.
What's up,
What's
JJ?
Corinne's player name?
Gina.
forgot.
Yeah, Gina.
Gina. Okay. I'm gonna yell like, "Oi, nerd! What is this?"
3 of us look up.
Gina.
No, nerd, what is this?
Talking to Gina.
Which this?
The ones that are not mine?
She
This-
has been in her
this-
books this whole
this
time.
sh-
She had not noticed yet, so she's gonna like. Well, let's close all this real quick. Closes all the books, stacks them all up, takes her notebook and puts it in her bag. All right, let me look you over. I have decent arcana that I could roll, but I didn't. Is there is there anything I can glean, Mel, that's not what other people have already gleaned?
Pretty much the same stuff.
Cool.
Damn.
It could be good. It could be awful. We don't really know. I can't tell what's gonna happen at the end of this. It theoretically could end in death. Spells that are this powerful often do.
This dumb criminal novel is screwing my perfect tattoos.
Actually, it looks like it's a romance, but
It's not. I don't read those. It's a criminal novel.
So as you guys are speaking and discussing, the acolyte who provided you your books and helped you collect and set you up in this room, he comes in to check on you, and his name is Raymalier. And he comes in and he goes, "Oh, hi! How's everybody doing? Are we all having a relaxing time?"
Hazel's gonna pick up the book that
Is this?
because I'm sure they recognize it's the same writing, right? You said that earlier.
Yes.
Hazel's gonna pick up the book and be like,
Thank
"What the
you.
fuck is this?"
You
Thank you,
show
Aramis.
Raymalier the book, and immediately he goes, white as a sheet. His eyes go wide. He goes, "Oh, I'm so sorry. You were not supposed to have that. How did you get that? I don't understand. Where could this have come from?" And he takes it from your hands, and he's like trembling a little bit. And
Bless you.
did I possibly? Oh, I must have mixed this up with another book that you were asking for. I am so sorry. This book came to Candlekeep under the condition that no one ever opened it. Did you open it? And then he looks down at your arm, Hazel, like as he asks this, and he goes, "Ah!" And just like, "Oh no, you opened it." Oh, this.
Well,
is
of
bad.
course
This is
I
very,
opened
very
it. You
bad.
gave it to me to read to find an answer to my cat's problem.
It was a mistake. I'm so
Yes,
sorry.
it's very important that we get the answer to me. I'm the important thing here, clearly.
I must
Why
have
wouldn't
accidentally
you-
taken it off of a book, instead of a book intended for another scholar, and then placed it with your books. I'm so sorry.
Why don't you have chains or something around a book that's not supposed to be opened?
It was a very recent acquisition, if I'm being perfectly honest, and it's. We have a lot of books here. It's very easy to forget the priorities.
You will be hearing from our lawyer. That sounds like you are liable for whatever happens at this point.
Please,
I
I'm
actually
so
agree
sorry.
with
I'm
Just
just
as much
standing
have a
behind
lawyer?
them,
Just
going like this.
wearing a top.
I know an acolyte
Did you say that?
who can possibly help you and get more information about this book so we can get this taken care of right away. I'm so incredibly sorry. I'm going to go find for you Teles Avost. He specializes in curses, and we're pretty sure this tome is cursed.
You don't say.
Give me just 5 minutes, and I will be right back. And he scurries off. He's like, just don't move. Just stay in this room. Just stay here. Don't go anywhere. Just stay put. And he runs.
What's the medical emergency going on?
Yeah.
Just curses.
Who is dying?
No idea, but they were
Those-
going fast.
Those Pegasi are making a weird noise.
How serious do you think he was about saying don't move? Because I could attempt
Oh,
to
I'm
hold my
moving.
breath and stay still.
I think
But
it's within
Fine.
an
Not really
area.
necessary.
I don't think that
Time.
there's any point in listening to someone telling you not. Mittens
Probably-
just goes and starts very
probably a range.
purposefully like walking around the, not even doing anything, just walking to walk.
He mostly just meant
Around-
don't leave the room. But
How large is the room?
it's pretty large. It's quite spacious. Think like we're not going to name the book series, but think like the common rooms with all the couches and the fireplace. It's like that, except there's no extra bed chambers. It's just a common area.
It's the world that he came from.
Yeah. That one. Yes, Tay.
Okay, so how high up do the bookshelves go?
There
Is it
are
just
no
up to the roof? or-
bookshelves in this particular room. Well, there's like a handful of bookshelves. Like if you collected a large sum of books to read, there are like empty shelves provided to you to like put them there. But they're like they kind of just like they're pretty standard size bookcases, like maybe 6 feet tall. Like they're all along one wall. It's kind of assumed that you'll be in and out of the room, that you won't necessarily be staying there. But also they understand that people fall asleep. Mittens.
Mittens is gonna go start scratching the couch.
Great. I'm sorry, Raven, did you have a follow-up to your question?
No, just Raven is going to climb one of the shelves and just Cheshire Cat style, one turns back into a tabaxi and one paw just down and then starts lying there and waits.
All right.
So now he's like Mittens instead
Yep.
of Sir Marcus.
No, he's back in Raven form.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And Manchester.
Manchester just looks at the guy who told him to stay put, puts his cape back on, that I did. It's fucking warm. And goes to the bar to grab another 6-pack.
Okay.
Like he doesn't care.
All right.
Manchester, probably you should wait. I'm sure I have alcohol somewhere in my pack that you can have that's here in the room.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
I'm sure I have something. Do you wanna look in my bag?
Oh yeah. Oh
Okay.
yeah. Please.
Yeah.
I need that.
Cool.
Okay.
It's probably like meat of some sort. I don't know. I keep lots of
Any
things in
type of
there, so it's
alcohol.
hard to remember.
If you find alcohol, just give it to me.
Just make sure. Let's see. It's like one of these is acid, and one of these is meat.
Try them both.
Give me both.
Alright.
You want both? I mean, okay. I could
I'll
just
make
lick them
both.
both and, like, I already lost half my taste buds. It's not going to be the end of the world if I lose a couple more.
You can do whatever you want, sweetie. I'm just gonna drink the alcohol.
Hey,
So
there you go.
a couple minutes later, Raymond Lear comes back with the promised individual who can possibly assist you. Whose name I am now forgetting. Teles Avost. Teles Avost is a human archmage. He is a little more on the elderly side. He's got like a short little beard going. He's not quite Gandalf levels of epic yet. But he does have long white hair, kind of like braided into a single loose braid, and wears long dark blue robes. When he arrives, he just goes, yes, all right, let me see. And he approaches and starts studying the people who have writing up their arms. He goes, yep, definitely cursed. Fantastic. Right. Well, this book was originally donated to us by Makil Rillen. He's an adventurer from a noble family in Baldur's Gate. I don't know where he got the book. I just know that he donated it to Candlekeep. But I'm sure you could ask him, as Baldur's Gate is merely a few miles away by cart. It will take you maybe a few hours to get there, if that.
So we can leave the room now?
You can leave the room now. You're not going to accidentally curse anybody else. It's safe for you to leave.
Well, in that case, leaving the room.
I do have a question, actually.
Go ahead.
Because two of us don't have the markings. Are we going to get the markings?
That's a very good question. I don't know how to answer that because I can recognize a curse, but that doesn't mean I can recognize the functions of said curse.
All right.
Follow-up question: why did
Go ahead.
everyone else get these markings when I am the one that read the book?
Also a very good question. Again, I'm just good at identifying curses. I don't necessarily understand the mechanics of said curse.
Follow-up question. Why are you even here if you know you were cursed?
If I knew you were cursed?
We knew.
Oh, just to
It's
confirm.
obviously a curse.
Well, just to confirm, and also, try my best to provide any additional information if you have any other questions.
Well, you're not being very
Giving
helpful.
hope.
Follow-up question. Not for me, though. Trine has something to say.
Trine, go ahead.
What is the compensation that we're going to receive for being cursed by a book that was not supposed to be given to us in the first place?
Well, you were
Money.
originally
I
going
like
to be
money.
charged for your refreshments and your quarters, but I think if we just wipe that away, we call it square. And possibly, you know what? And he kind of pulls a pouch out and he hands you 1,000 gold, and he goes, I hope that is at least somewhat helpful. I do highly recommend, though, you try speaking to the folks at House Rillen and see if they were aware at all of the markings that come from this book. We are going to lock this thing away where nobody else can find it.
Chains, molten metal on it. There's a lot of good methods to make sure someone
A
does
very
not read a book.
thick safe, yes, absolutely.
Not on
in
a
his
public
head,
shelf.
in his head, that wizard just hears a tiny little voice. Mommy, why is that evil book in a library?
All right.
Mommy.
He just kind of like he kind of like tilts his head, looks at you, realizing that you're the source of that, and he just shakes his head. Sir Marcus.
You, sir, are going to have to do far better than that, because all they have to do is put one sentence about how horrible your establishment is in one of my books, and you'll never see any business again.
No
So
one's
I
gonna
highly
pay attention
recommend
to
you
it.
guys
Don't
do
worry.
more than that.
Over exaggeration. Everything.
You're Sir Marcus, I presume.
Sir Marcus Leopold Bradford, yes.
Sir Marcus Leopold Bradford, yes. I know of you and your theories quite well.
Fascinating, aren't they?
Oh, they're
And they
delightfully
have
entertaining.
followers.
They're delightfully entertaining, and they have no base in reality, and I love them very much. I'm a big fan.
Let me not be based in reality, but I do have quite a few people that believe every word that's said.
It's very entertaining. Anyways, I wish I could help you further.
I just want to say Manchester grabbed the bag of coins.
No, you didn't.
Out of. Oh, he did. He
But
did.
yeah.
Because the moment
You
it was
better
out there,
roll a
it was like.
contested sleight of hand check if you want to take that bag of coins. If you want those coins, roll me a sleight of hand.
Oh, fuck.
In fact, if
Which
you
one?
somehow by miraculous means roll a freaking nat 20, I don't know what we're gonna do.
I mean, I have a plus 11 to perception, so
All right.
16 plus 11, 27.
Let me see
27.
my plus.
Yeah, what's your
What is the-
sleight of hand bonus there, Manchester?
I'm trying to. Nah. These 22.
All right. So, try and despite your nat 20, which is very, very good, I'm gonna say you managed to lift it out of Trine's hands, and just when you think you get away with it, she notices.
Damn it.
If all you want is drinks, I will get you drinks. But I'd like to actually use this
Okay,
for
thank
more
you.
than just alcohol. Like, multiple things. Alcohol can be one of them, but multiple things, please.
Alcohol is the main goal in my life.
Multiple
So-
drinks.
Tellus continues, saying, unfortunately, we don't have any more additional information on this book. We only know where it came from. I highly suggest you go talk to House Rilin,
Yes.
and I will happily stay in contact with you via sending spells
great.
to check in on you. And if you have any additional questions once you've gathered more information, I can certainly do my best to help you. I will be doing my own research on the subject, but that is going to continue growing, and I'm not sure how much time you have. And I don't know what's going to happen to you once it completely covers your body.
Fair enough.
Gina, then Trine.
Okay. I actually have a question to ask you in the hall away from my party members. After this is over, if you have a moment of time.
I can try to make a moment of time. Trine.
If you have the ability to send sending spells, why do you not have the ability to hide a goddamn book that should not be in public locations?
At this point, he's just gonna sigh and be like, leave my library before I make you leave.
That was a reasonable question. Fine.
We've already apologized for our mistake. We understand that we fucked up.
I cast the silence spell.
You know
I cast
what?
the silence spell on him.
We cast counterspell.
Can't do shit with
Because-
that.
Listen, I'll make your travel even easier. We have a spell circle that will put you right in the heart of Baldur's Gate, in the upper city of Baldur's Gate. So that's where House Rinlin is. I believe his niece is a up-and-coming Patriar. I don't remember if that's correct. But we do have another up-and-coming Patriar who frequents our library. So she set up a teleportation circle with us, and it's been a very lovely and convenient mode of transportation. So if you would like that, I can certainly set you up as soon as you are ready.
What's a Patriar?
Betrayer is kind of like a noble.
Okay.
It's like Patricia, but more
I hate
posh.
noble.
Baldur's Gate's weird. It calls their nobles betrayers.
Yeah, it's
They're-
really weird. It sounds
they're
like patriarchy.
political-
It makes me uncomfy.
They're political nobles, basically. It's really
Oh,
like
I
Mhm.
see.
Baldur's Gate.
Skate. Do any of you have any additional questions for Tellus before we
I'll be
shift things
quiet.
along?
Well, I mean, I do after I leave the
Oh.
room.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So before Gina asks her question privately to Tellus, do any of you have any additional questions?
No.
Can I just
Or-
do a quick like insight check to like
Absolutely.
see his intentions?
Yeah. Totally. Go for it.
That's smart.
That's a 11.
It's very common.
When you can tell he's being
But-
genuine, he does want to help, but he has limited information.
Okay.
So the more information you get, the more he can help you. He's also going to do his own research, as he said. So he kind of just like nods and he goes, come to the front gate in 30 minutes and I'll get you to Baldur's Gate. And he kind of like nods to you, Gina, and steps out into the hall.
Wonderful.
you can
I will
follow
step
him.
out after.
Cool. He starts walking down the hall. He's kind of got his arms tucked into his sleeves, like a cool wizardy dude, as you do. And he's going to ask, so, you have a question for me?
Yes, you said you will compensate the refreshments that we gathered while we were here as part of our compensation.
Yep, I already, actually give me one moment, and you see him kind of, like, move his fingers, and he kind of, like, mumbles a little something, and then he goes, done.
Wonderful. Does that mean I am permitted on grabbing a few extra rations to take along with us on the road? I didn't want to ask in the company of my party because some of them will eat or drink you out of house and home. Or fortress, if the case may be.
Yes, out of fortress and friendship. He just nods and he says, yes, you can absolutely help yourself. I've already alerted our staff. And,
Brilliant.
you know, if anybody is part of the Chaos Coven, they are free to take whatever refreshments they ask for without charge.
Wonderful.
So, if that's all you have
Back to the
for me-
bar.
if that's all you have for me, I will see you in 30 minutes. Okay, cool. We're currently
I
at
had already forgot
9:30.
that was our name.
Yes, I did not forget because I love that name. So,
Thank you, Artemis.
yes. So I have a question for Sir Marcus and for Gina. In that 30-minute time, do you allow yourselves to relax at all? Do you go into a restful state?
Did we stay overnight here, or was this just over the course of the day?
You did technically stay overnight here. You're on day 2. You arrived here yesterday afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah. So you've already stayed one night here. You were maybe going to stay a second night and then move along to your newest destination.
Okay. So potentially someone could have told her to go to sleep the night before, but potentially she could be being sleep deprived. That's the question I'm asking.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to assume you probably are a little bit sleep deprived because this is like a bit of a haven for people who like to read.
Library. I probably didn't sleep last night. She could take a nap, but what she's actually going to do is she's going to go gather rations for the party.
Fair enough.
She's not going to tell anybody else that they're allowed to do that. She's just going to go gather rations.
Well, what about you, Sir
Like,
Marcus?
she doesn't come back to the room.
Oh yeah, that motherfucker would like lay back on the couch and like prop his feet up on the coffee table, take up way more room than is necessary.
Man spreading all over the way.
Babe, you're muted.
I pressed the button to unmute myself on Discord. It didn't work.
I've been doing that all night.
Yeah.
That's a whole mood.
I was saying if he can avoid Mittens just scratching up the furniture in the entire room.
That's fair.
This room is getting absolutely trashed by a single cat boy.
Oh, I feel so bad.
Of my
It's
cat
okay.
boy.
They'll take care of it. This is like a centuries old library. They got money. It's fine.
Sir Marcus is gonna cast suggestion.
On whomst?
on Mittens.
Oh
Okay. What does suggestion require?
no! Wait, say it again?
I think
Wisdom
that's a
saving
wisdom
throw.
save.
Oh, okay. Mittens is not the most wise creature. What's the DC for that?
16.
I got an 11.
Yeah. Okay. So what do you do with this cast of suggestion?
The suggestion doesn't look like it has to be one word like command.
As far as I'm aware, no. Suggestion can actually be a statement.
Okay. So will you please stop tearing up the furniture?
Okay. Mittens goes and scratches the wallpaper.
That's fine.
He technically did what you asked him to do.
Exactly. And as long as he can take his little nap.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
So
At that. Yep. Go on.
actually, just a quick question: is anybody else kind of just like, are you attempting to relax in the room and calm yourselves while you wait for the teleportation circle to be ready, or what's up, Gina?
I know I said I wasn't going back in the room. I changed my mind. I'm gonna poke my head in and just be like, "Hey, Trine, come with me," and then keep walking down the hall.
Fair.
All right. What? Yep. Coming.
And I will tell you that we're allowed to get our rations and stuff.
I already heard you.
What?
What?
Very high perception. Just don't care.
Oh.
But I'll help.
I figure of the two of us, you're the one most likely to get us things that we will actually eat.
No. I'll get things I'll eat. And you guys can have some.
All right.
Fair enough.
That's fair.
That's all I'm asking for.
That's fair. Artemis, did you have something you wanted Raven to do?
Yeah, Raven would not rest, but would do basically the same as Mittens. And if Mittens is scratching up the wallpaper, Raven is going to use Sword Burst to, continue what Mittens couldn't finish with the furniture.
Hell yeah. What was the suggestion again? Was the suggestion to stop
scratching up the furniture?
The furniture?
Yes.
Tearing up.
Tearing up the furniture.
Tearing up. Okay.
Correction. Tearing up the furniture.
Okay.
All right. So, okay.
Hazel's just getting a chuckle out of Mittens.
They're in Marcus Leopold. What's your last name?
No way trying to stop it.
Bradford.
Bradford.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, Sir Marcus Leopold Bradford. You, for a short while, find your way into some kind of rest, whether that be like a light nap or just kind of zoning out. As you do so, actually, whoever's still in the room, just for funsies, make me a perception check.
I technically am not. I'm at the bar.
Okay, yeah. So Manchester, Gina, and Trine, don't bother. The rest of you make a perception check except for Marcus.
Marcus Leopold.
Dirty 20.
Okay.
24.
9.
24. 9. Great.
I'm busy tearing up furniture.
So Hazel and Mittens, you notice, you just happen to look over at Sir Marcus, and you notice that they too now have the writing up the arm, kind of wrapping around the fingers and the wrist and across the elbow and up to the shoulder, assuming like you. Sir Marcus, you have a dream. The dream is as vivid as anything you remember from your actual life. You feel the sweltering sun beating down as you take shelter in the shadow of a tumbled down tower. In the distance, a vast army is on the march across mud-churned farm fields. The need to hide from that force overwhelms you, and you quickly retreat inside. Inside the tower's half-ruined walls, you discover a boar spear that is driven shaft down into the ground, and whose head is adorned with 3 crowns. One limb of the spear's crossguard bears a narrow silver circlet. On the other hangs a crown of adamantine, shaped to be worn over a helm. Around the spearhead is a golden crown adorned with emeralds. You feel the need to seize one of them, and then the dream ends. And you wake up to Hazel and Mittens staring at you.
Mittens just goes, haha, fetch.
Sir Marcus ignores all of them, immediately pulls out a notebook and starts drawing what he saw.
Okay. How good of an artist is Sir Marcus?
Well,
Do we want to roll a performance check for that?
Are you asking Sir Marcus?
I'm asking Sir Marcus if he would like to roll a performance check to draw.
Yeah, I'll roll a performance check for that.
All right.
Sir Marcus's initials are MLB, so
Oh, I hate that.
guess what Trine's gonna start calling you.
Ooh, 21.
21. You why can't you roll like this in the other game?
I guess I have to play a bastard. It's like legally required.
All right. So you draw this image from memory. It is like you could pluck it off the page and have it exist in real life. It's so damn good. It's so detailed, and you even get like all the little gemstones in the middle crown, like absolutely perfect. Do you have, Sir Marcus, you like to write a lot of theories. Do you by chance have a proficiency in history?
I don't, but honestly, I'm surprised.
Okay.
I'm
Just
not.
for funsies. Just for funsies, go ahead and make me a history check.
That's fucking fair, Artemis. I can't even argue with that.
That's
Yeah, because none of your shit is real, so it makes sense that you don't have a proficiency in history.
That's
well,
fair.
He's only educated. 17.
Wow, okay. So after a little bit of contemplation, you actually recognize these crowns. You remember that the silver circlet, the adamantine crown, and the gold crown were symbols of Phalorm, also known as the Realm of 3 Crowns. This kingdom fell to an invasion of goblinoids nearly 900 years ago. I don't know if you were alive then, because I think you're a high elf. Probably not alive then, but
No.
it happened.
How long do high elves live?
For
Fucking
fucking
long.
ever.
700 years or some
Cough
shit.
of that.
Yeah, this bitch is like 300, and wouldn't be so much of an asshole if he hadn't lived for 300 years being an asshole. Keeps you young.
The caring where and the daring lair. What is with these titles, Marcus?
They're whimsical and fun.
That's not true.
Trine, you come back into the room and you notice Marcus has writing up his arm.
Oh yeah, Marcus will actually go immediately over to still working on names to Gina, and just start animatedly describing what he just saw.
I like how he tells Gina about his dream and not Hazel, who read the book.
Gina's the only one that'll listen to him.
Fair.
What makes you think
Fair.
Hazel won't listen to him?
Gina's the only one that entertains his bullshit.
Hazel probably would try, but Mittens is always with Hazel, and Mittens will not entertain the bullshit.
You know, in like Phineas and Ferb, how Jeremy has that little sister that is like behind the scenes. Like I feel like that's Mittens.
Yeah, totally. 1,000%.
Mittens is the equivalent of Susie.
See?
Yeah.
Like anytime like he goes up to go talk to Hazel, Mittens is like like claws
I
out.
need to know, does Mittens walk around on all 4 or on 2?
That's important.
That's a great question. He's been trying to walk on 2 feet.
Why
He's
not
been
both?
doing his best. But when it switches back and forth.
That's fair. Okay, continue.
So
I mean, I'm absolutely listening to the dream retelling.
So as the dream retelling is happening, Hazel, you hear a voice in your head going, I can help you. You just have to get me out.
Who is that?
I'm the
Okay.
princess of what is she the princess of? Because there's two names that are like air and darkness, and the other one is glass and shadow and glass, I think.
Shadow and Glass, yeah.
Shadow and glass.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Douglas
she
is
goes,
the queen.
yes. She goes, I am the princess of shadow and glass, and I was wrongfully trapped in this book. And anyone who is, opens the book becomes cursed and will eventually become trapped in this tome with me. I can help you. But you need to do exactly as I say.
I like that she's talking to the one wearing a crown and she's a princess. Anyways.
Actually, I'm sorry. She doesn't say she's trapped in the tome. She says, part of my spirit is bound to this tome.
Either way, can I insight, perception, whatever the proper check for that would be?
We have learned.
Probably yes. I'm gonna say yes.
This group is terrible at making checks. It's fantastic.
Mhm.
And what modifier would I use?
Inside.
Insight.
Insight. Okay, so 18.
18. As far as you can tell, she is being truthful. She's at the very least very earnest.
I don't know how I feel about that. But anyways. Like, that's me as a player. I don't know how I feel about that. That answer
Well, you
was...
got another
Oh, I know.
princess in your head now.
Yeah.
Do we notice? Do we notice?
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
Hazel, how are you reacting to someone talking to you in your head? Do you respond out loud, or do you, like... You're a warlock. Like, you have a patron. You're kind of used to this shit. I actually should have asked you who your patron was, but I did not get to that.
I did not pick a patron. It's an archfey, and that's the limit of my knowledge.
Okay. Noted.
Like, I picked the type of patron, but that's all I picked.
Okay, if you ever want to give them a name, hit me up.
Artemis, you name them for me. I enjoy your naming conventions.
Yeah, apparently Artemis is really great at coming up with names. So Artemis, if you ever want to DM me what the
Sylvanus.
Sylvanus. Okay. Oh wait, that's a good name.
I'll
I'm gonna write
type
that
it out.
down. Sylvanus? SYL Vanus? Yep, there we go. Sylvanus.
Silvanus.
Okay,
All right,
cool.
Sylvanus. And yeah, I'm gonna say Sylvanus uses a variety of voices and they're very gender fluid for funsies.
Which is actually part of the law of that specific fae.
I didn't know that. I did not know that. I just pulled it out of my ass.
Nice.
Great. Cool. Cool. So you have this patron Sylvanus, but now you have a second voice in your head, and it's definitely not. No, it's definitely not Sylvanus. She literally identified herself as not being Sylvanus. Do with that information what you will. But so that being said, you typically do have a patron that you speaks to you internally on occasion. So do you often speak out loud to your patron? Are you how do you approach this new voice in your mind?
Hazel would definitely generally speak out loud to their patron.
Mm-hmm.
So people hear half of conversations all the time.
Mm-hmm. All right, cool. So then I'm assuming you're responding back then to this princess?
Yes.
Out loud?
Yes.
What do you say in response to the princess being like, I can help you. You just have to do exactly as I say.
And what would that be?
So bear in mind, everybody can hear this happening, and I will call on people momentarily.
And I just have one teeny fun comment.
Go ahead.
Mittens just says, "Tell Sylvanas I say hi."
Great.
Hazel just like, shh.
I was trapped in the ruins where the Scrivener's tale was made. And I was trapped here by the Queen of Air and Darkness, who is a tyrant that rules over the Gloaming Court. You have to go there to the ruins and release me.
And how do I know that you're telling the truth?
What reason do I have to lie? She is a tyrant and a horrible, horrible creature. I am the rightful ruler of the Gloaming Court, and I have been trapped in these ruins. If you help me, I can free you of the Scrivener's curse. It's going to get worse if you don't do anything about it. You have to break my bonds, and then I can free you from that curse. I've already lost one companion to it.
At this point, Hazel's just gonna look around and be like, so this isn't Sylvanas. This is some princess who apparently knows what's going on.
A voice in your head says, "Well, it's not me."
Raven, I'm gonna need you to stop. I already have enough voices in my head right now.
Oh, Raven is at the moment responding in exactly your voice.
Oh, that's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yes.
that's uncomfy.
You say the
Yes.
part about the ruins. Hazel,
What?
do you say the part about the ruins out loud?
Oh, not yet. All they said was that it's not Sylvanas, that it's some princess that knows the answers.
Well, what did they tell you?
She then regurgitates Mel's information.
So you learn the information that she is bound to some ruins where the Scrivener's tale was created. That part of her soul is imbued into the book, and that she is bound to it, and that a curse is bound to the book. You learn that she wants you to basically go to these ruins and perform a ritual of sorts to undo her binding, and then she can undo the curse of the Scrivener's mark on you.
At the mention of ruins, Marcus will lock eyes with Gina and be like, "Do you think they're the same ruins?"
What ruins?
Oh, that's right.
She
I
said
didn't
she
tell
was
you.
a princess and you saw crowns. There's potential there. It would make a good story at the very least. Hey, I do have a
Don't
question.
give him any ideas.
Go ahead, Gina. What's your question?
Hazel. Hazel, you asked her how you were supposed to know she was telling the truth. What did she say?
What did she say? I forgot.
She said,
I know what she said. If you
What
want me to say
reason do
it.
I
Yeah.
have to lie?
yeah, she said basically like, what reason do I have to lie? You're cursed. I can help you. You just have to help me, kind of thing. And from what Hazel could tell, she seemed to be truthful.
Okay.
No, she
The
also
thing
made
is-
claims against the current queen of Gloaming Court, saying that she is the rightful ruler.
Right.
Yeah.
The thing is, she does have a reason she could lie. You think she's telling the truth, so we can trust her for now, but I want us to keep on our toes. The reason that she could lie is that she could be lying about who she is or what her intentions are, because us setting her free may or may not be a useful thing.
As you say that, there's a knock on the door.
Oh, look at that.
Ramelin is there, and he says, the teleportation circle is ready to get you to Baldur's Gate. Are you
Thank
ready?
Sure.
Okay, Mittens and then Manchester.
Before we go, I would like to sneak and find that book.
The Scrivener's
So-
Tale?
Could you not?
The thing is,
Do it.
they immediately took that book back from you and went to go lock it away.
I am aware. I would like to try to find it. Stealthily.
Okay. So, okay, we'll get to that. Manchester, question or thing.
I was just gonna say that I'm still in the bar, so I heard none of it.
You get a sending message from Tellus saying, if you're still drinking, the teleportation circle is ready. You might want to come meet your friends.
Thank you.
Cool.
So courteous.
So, Raymond starts to lead you guys out of the chamber. Mittens.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make me 2 rolls. Start with a stealth to see if you can break away from the group. Follow that up with an investigation.
Can I perceive this stealth thing? Because Hazel always has their eye on Mittens.
You can roll a contesting perception check, or give me your passive perception, your choice.
That is a 29 for stealth.
Oh,
Holy shit.
jeez. I forget. Gosh.
And that is a 5 for investigation.
So if you ask for help, we could bump that up to like 40.
Somebody got lost in the library.
Mittens is desperate.
Mitten's gonna stumble on
Mittens
Manchester
asked
on the
for help?
bar.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely not.
Hazel, what was that?
It doesn't matter whether I roll or my passive, I still lose. It's a
Okay,
fucking
cool.
29.
I was just checking. I don't know, maybe you're really perceptive. So, Mittens, you end up finding your way to
Oh, I am. I
the-
just rolled really low.
that's fair. Mittens, you find your way to the bar and not any of the bookshelves. But you do run into Manchester. So you found your buddy, but you didn't find a book.
All right.
I let you try. In my defense, I let you try.
Mittens is disappointed.
Mittens is just sad.
Mittens is sad.
uh,
Mittens, I think Mittens likes Manchester, so Mittens is just gonna be like,
Okay.
well, we're going this way.
Okay.
Just
It
meets
is
up and like
Yeah.
stands very close.
All right, cool. So you are brought to this teleportation circle. Tellus is standing there at attention, and he goes, "Remember, I will be here. I will be periodically checking in with you via sending spells. You are free to also cast sending back to me, assuming some of you are casters by the looks of it. Good luck. Be careful.
We're casters doesn't mean we have a sending spell.
I never assume. Do you have a
Voice in your head.
question there,
I
Sir
have.
Marcus? You're looking very contemplative.
I was trying to remember what spell if I have message.
Yeah, message is not gonna cut it, bud.
Nope, I think we might be
SOL.
All right, well then I'll just be checking in on you periodically. Expect a sending spell from me at least once a day to check on your progress. Tell Arona I say hello. And he starts at the teleportation circle. You see this circle of light kind of form in front of you, and then rising out of it like a ripple in water, you can kind of see your destination inside this stately looking mansion. Question.
Did you just say Irona?
I did. I did.
Why?
Because why
Why
not?
would you do that?
Because why not? Mittens?
Separate question. How much does it look like water?
Like a lot.
Okay, someone
Like you're
is
pretty
going to
sure you
have
saw a fish swim through, but you're not
somebody
sure.
is gonna have to drag Mittens in there.
Oh,
I assume
Raven's
that
gonna
goes to
push him.
Hazel.
I mean, I'll grab him.
I imagine it's gonna be a multi-person effort.
I feel like this is like a combination job where everybody's like, we know Mittens' deal. This is not our first time through a teleportation circle. And you each just grab a limb and drag it
Can I
through.
wait? Can I make like a dex check to try to wiggle out?
By all means, but you get disadvantage because you've got at least 3 people grabbing you.
Okay.
I have a component pouch, Mel, and I'm
Mhm.
gonna pull it out and pull out some catnip.
Oh no.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So you're
well,
just gonna
hold
get your cat friend high, so that he is not so afraid. Is that what
Are
I'm
you doing that
understanding?
before or after I'm being fucking grappled?
As soon as you start to get grappled, because I have it on good authority that Mittens likes catnip.
I like this.
True.
Considering
Okay.
the size of
I-
Mittens compared to a
I
normal
was
cat,
about to cast calm
probably
emotions,
doesn't,
but
probably doesn't do a lot.
I think
thought
catnip
as
would be
well.
more effective than calm emotions. We'll see.
Okay. How?
I think
what do you want me
bodying
to do?
Mittens and
You want
just
me to do,
knocking.
like,
So-
a
I want you to do a
con
dex save. I want
for
you to do a dex
catnip?
save at disadvantage, and for a catnip, let's say a wisdom save. I feel like it's a wisdom
Against
save.
my
Wisdom
DC?
or Constitution?
I feel like it's like a wisdom thing because
'cause
a mind-altering
Constitution-
substance. Constitution, I feel like is more about like poisons and like things that don't feel good.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fair. That's fair.
That's my
Can
argument.
I just cast levitate on Mittens?
Hold on, we're doing a lot of things. Let's keep it at this.
Let's try these first solutions and see what happens. And if
It
it
doesn't
doesn't work,
Yeah, I feel
then
like
yes.
levitate is last ditch.
That's the last ditch effort because it's the least comfortable version.
I want
Okay.
to say this out loud because I probably won't remember it. Because my chosen creatures is Fey and Celestial, I
Mhm.
technically have advantage on knowledge checks when it comes
Fantastic.
to stuff related to them for
Noted.
future bullshit.
Nope, that's great. Good to know. Just make sure
Okay.
to remind me periodically because
I need to
I'm
remind
gonna forget.
myself. That's why I said it out loud.
Maybe put it on a post-it note then.
I'm doing
Something
okay.
caught my eye.
So I'm doing a Constitution save and a Dex save.
You're doing
with
a dex save
disadvantage?
at disadvantage,
Yep.
and you're doing a wisdom save.
Okay.
There is something in my eye.
Am I doing math right? Wait, okay.
Mucus.
Okay. Dex save at disadvantage
Mm-hmm.
is a dirty 20. I rolled a 17 and an 18.
Oh my god.
Constitution saving throw, which is that regular?
wisdom
or-
save.
Wisdom.
Oh, wisdom. Okay. Wisdom is a 13.
Okay.
Are we going against my save DC? Because I'm technically an artificer, so I could have fucked with it a little bit.
I would say I think that's a good way to go about it. I think yes.
You fail.
Great. So while Mittens wrangles himself out of everyone's grip, he's very entranced by the catnip and relaxes. And suddenly everything seems just a little bit less scary. Hazel, if you want to go ahead and cast levitate on your good sweet boy, you can certainly do so.
That's a con 16.
Sir Marcus is gonna try and give him.
I'm gonna say
switches
that that's
right
a
now.
disadvantage because you're high as a kite right now.
Okay. It's a Constitution saving throw? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Sir Marcus does try to give
That's
him
an
switches.
11.
Yeah.
Okay, so you are levitated and you can be
Okay.
moved around.
Man, that's so close. I have a +8 to Constitution saving throw.
That's pretty great.
I can literally just like grab your paw and pull you behind us because you're floating
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
air.
I'm just
Yeah. Like a
my
little
eyes are
balloon,
so wide.
just as big as dinner plates. Sir Marcus,
Shapes
did
and
you
colors.
say something?
Yeah, Sir Marcus tries to give Mittens scritches right now. 'Cause it's
Aw,
the only
poor
time.
Poor Mittens. Cool. So you guys go through this teleportation circle. You arrive in this slightly dusty but rather nice looking manor. Feels a little too extravagant, but like it's very clearly a manor in progress. Like you can hear construction sounds going on outside. And you vamp through the teleportation circle and come out on the other side, and standing in front of you is a young ghostly white tiefling, kind of just standing there expectantly. And she goes, well, I hope you didn't have too terrible of a trip. Kindly get out of my house. I have a lot of work to do. You're free to come and go as you please. I need you guys out of the way. I knew you were coming, but like, you can't stay here.
Cool, thanks. What was your name
Move
again?
along. My name's Irona.
What's his name? The dude who sent us says hi.
Oh, lovely. All right. Well, I will have to find my sending stone and contact him soon for tea. Or maybe a drink. Depends on the mood. Lovely to meet you. Get out of my house.
Wonderful.
And
Bye.
with that, we're gonna take a break because I really need to use the restroom.
All right.
Break time.
Excellent timing.
So we'll come back in it's currently 10:15. I mean 10:05, so we'll come back at 10:15. Okay?
Cool.
Cool.
Thank you, Ted.
It was a human archmage that said it though, so that feels. No, that's fair. It's just. Raymonier. Those same people put those same people put Marcus's books in the bestseller list, so mistakes can definitely be made. I hand out 100 gold to everybody also from the money that I got. Ten minutes? Great. I love that it said, I have more confidence if you need it. Okay, Marcus. We get it. This is a really long extension into your basement that you're making. Leon one. Cantrip. Proud of you. I I only have 60 health. My co Can I hit these two with my slingshot to get them, like, going again? Cool. Do I have advantage? Because they're within 5 feet of each other. Cool. Alright. Cool. Do either of you have an AC above 25? Cool. So, I'm just gonna hit them both. I'm not gonna do the actual damage, because if I do the actual damage, I might hurt both of them severely. And just go. I can do like over 20 damage per shot. Twice. Doubled. the slingshot I got is if one person is within 5 feet of another person, I can ricochet the shot. Yes, and then since I have 2 attacks, I can make it ricochet from one of each to the other one. So then they both basically get hit twice, which is why I asked. So I'm just not gonna roll damage. I'm just gonna hit them both twice with a rock and just be like, "You two fuckers, curse us, death, not want. Let's go." I was gonna say, maybe, maybe, maybe some voices. Probably a voice or two. Things that are surprising that Ariel makes. That'd be a new one. Nope. None of your business. Terry. The fur, the tail, the ears, the back. Are we entertaining yet? Are you magically inclined at all? Eh, it's happening. Let it do it. Let it go. Let it ride. That's that's message. Yeah, it's 1 minute. No, yeah, it's an immediate immediate switches the rails. 1 minute. Out of context, that's a great phrase and should go into the hashtags. Same. For Kareen, the Scrivener's Tale. They don't. I don't think. It's yeah, because that's the why you get the and immediate repercussions. Yeah. Do you know if yeah. The alarm's going off because the minute's up. That's Zone of Truth. Oh, right. Literally has the exact same beginning. I was so confused. Yeah. Sounds like one. You should smack both. uh, I, before leaving, Trine takes out one of her torches and just like leaves it on her table. And then, yep. That you would light, but that doesn't light it. Just leaves the torch. Yeah, no, just a torch. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's a gift for your generosity. Sometimes you need light in the darkness, and it seems like you're surrounded by plenty of darkness. And just walk out. Since the dog is after me. I'm not the cat. I'm not the cat. I'm not the cat. I'm not the cat. It's them. Exactly. Scoobert. Scoobert Doobert. Is there anything dangerous down here that we should definitely stay away from? Investigation? Can I... Can I do an investigation looking specifically for Fae-related nonsense and like books and script and stuff, since I can speak it? Cool. $23. Okay. I will read that out loud as I'm going through it. I give the help action by like nodding yes approvingly. She said she didn't care about it, so I'm assuming any papers I find, including the bills and the letter, I'm just going to assume I'm keeping. I did. That doesn't that doesn't seem to care, and said we could just have whatever we wanted because she doesn't care. Like 3 times. At some point, after we're not dead, if we're dead, I don't really care what their punishments are. Any portraits? Is there portraits of him anywhere? Have we seen any portraits that kind of like? Okay. I just want to remember that for potential disguise self and or minor illusion stuff at some point. Also, I'm getting rated, so hi guys. Hey Sugar Blossom, thanks for bringing your friends over. We're playing D&D. I appreciate your stream died. What did you do? I don't know, having my friend. I'm gonna mute with you guys so I can talk to the crowd for a sec. Hi guys. Sugar Blossom, what the hell happened to your stream? Oh no, I'm sorry. If you need help with that later, I can attempt to help you out with that. Otherwise, hey, if you guys enjoy some D&D nonsense, hey, welcome. Currently just going along a journey, trying to solve a mystery and not get fucking killed in the process, so hopefully that's interesting for y'all. If you have problems with OBS, I can try to help you with that. I know OBS pretty well. Streamlabs a little bit, but yeah, we're just all just chilling and having fun. Is that a Gengar? How do you have a Gengar emoji?
Great. Anyone who wants to can roll me a history check when Delembrian is mentioned.
Oh, I would love to do that.
That is another nat 20.
Good for you.
That's a
Tina,
nat one.
did you get a nat 1, Echo?
Ah,
Oh.
Hell yeah.
Take a point of
11.
inspiration for the first nat 1 of the game.
And take a shot.
Yeah.
I don't want
No,
your
don't.
pity.
Yeah, you can take a shot. It's your birthday.
It's their birthday.
I
They can
take
have a shot for a nat 1.
Did you
I
just
love
give
that.
me
That's
DM
awesome.
inspiration for rolling a nat 1? Is that
Yes,
really
I
what just
did.
happened?
Yes,
That's
I did.
pity and
I love it,
inspiration.
solid.
I gotta
Listen,
say,
it's the only nat 1 to happen this entire game.
And
I'm gonna
purple fire?
reward that.
I love purple
Because then
fire.
those
Also,
guys
funnily
behave
enough,
better next
Echo
time.
Chris,
wasn't
have
the
you been here
first one
before?
who rolled a net 20.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm also the one who rolled. It's because I'm using an online roller instead of my dice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
All
betrayed
right.
you.
Gina, what did you roll?
the bitch's spell is broken.
One more time.
I rolled 16.
Hang on. Gina?
1-7.
1-7. Okay. And then Tata, you said you got I'm sorry, did you say 16 or
16.
16? Okay. Raven,
11
did
for
you
me.
roll? 11. Sir Marcus,
14.
14. Trine, are you rolling a history check?
I rolled a 13, but
Okay. Anybody who got above a 15 remembers that the city of Delembrian is pretty much at this point a ruined city. It fell roughly 900 years ago. Was once part of Felorm, the dwarven, elven, and human realm of the Three Crowns. Repeated attacks by powerful neighboring clans eventually laid Felorm low. The smaller kingdom of Delembrium rose in Felorium's place, with the city as its capital, only to fall in turn.
Sugar Blossom, what were you doing on your stream?
Passage
What
of
were you
nearly 9
playing?
centuries since then have left little more than a few partially collapsed walls and archways to mark the fallen city up, as it stands today. That's what you know. It's almost like visiting, what's a ruined city that people like to visit?
Pompeii?
What?
Pompeii?
Yeah,
You're playing a
Pompeii.
game or
Technically,
Pokemon
it's not
Snap?
so-
Like, yeah, like
Were you playing Pokemon Snap or one of the other games? Sword and Shield? I really want to get Sword and Shield to work, but every Switch game I play never works with my system.
this shit got rocked, man.
Do we know any of the names of the people who were ruling it when it fell?
It was 900 years ago.
Right. Okay.
Ooh,
Yeah.
who are you going
A
for?
lot of
Hey,
names
Hey,
are
Alfie,
forgotten.
do you
For
know
your
them?
shiny.
The peeps who hear the voices should definitely ask which princess, which crown she's the princess of.
I'm pretty sure she told us, and I've forgotten.
She
think
said
she
that
said her
she was
name.
the rightful ruler of the Gloaming Court, which is not tied to this kingdom whatsoever.
You have
Um,
1,500 shiny
Just but
in game.
actually, in your head, I'll say both Hazel and Sir Marcus, you both hear, there, that's where I'm trapped. Find me, release me, and I can save you.
As someone with a
okay.
background of a Phaelust, would I
I
know that the
thought you had
Gloaming Court
15
is connected to the Unseelie
shinies. I
Fae?
was gonna say, damn, dude, proud of you.
That's a very good question. The Gloaming Court is not connected to the Unseelie Fae.
Okay.
You have heard of the Gloaming Court. You do know of the Queen of Air and Darkness. You know that she exists. I would argue you probably have not experienced her in person.
Okay. Probably for the better.
So, it looks to be that excuse me. It looks to be that Delimbrian is about a week's travel on foot / horseback / via cart.
There's got to be a faster way. We could
you open
find-
another portal?
I mean, that requires 2 circles is the problem.
Depends how strong they are. Technically, they should be able to just teleport us there if they're strong enough.
Maybe there's a portal in Daggerford.
Delimbrian is right next to Daggerford. It's like maybe a 2 hours walk from Daggerford by comparison. But you guys are currently in Baldur's Gate, which is like a week's by foot travel away.
But Artemis / Raven has a point. If there's a portal in Daggerford, we could just go to Daggerford.
So we could go to Irona's, go back to Candlekeep, bug the people at Candlekeep again because it's really fun bugging them because they did fuck us royally, and make them bring us there. I also hear there is a tiefling that has hippogriffs, who's an archmage there that we could potentially maybe borrow those as well.
Do you think hippogriffs taste good?
Probably.
I
As
think
if on
that you
cue.
would be signing a death wish to try.
It's a kind
That's
of
like
bird,
drinking the
isn't
blood of
it?
a unicorn.
As
Bird
if
is a
on
bird is a
cue,
bird.
Trine, you hear a voice in your head that sounds like Treves saying, just wanted to check in. Has your search been fruitful at all? I feel like you're probably the most reliable one to pass on information aside from, what was her name? Gina, I think her name was. So, how's it going?
Incorrect on all counts.
Sorry.
We
Who's in
found
your head
information.
now?
We are going to come back, and you're going to take us where we need to go. Fuckwad.
So, quick note about sending is it's completely mental. So
That was me needing to say it out loud.
Yeah.
to
Minnie
count.
has to say it out loud to count 25 words, I believe it is.
Yeah.
Yep.
You get a message back, Trine.
He's doing the counting again.
And he says, "Where do you need to go? Have you asked Irona?"
Don't want to bug her. She seems actually busy. Would rather hang out with my good librarian friends and then hop off from there. Also, hippogriffs?
Gina, you get a message in your head.
You didn't actually tell them which city you're going to.
It doesn't.
Yeah, you didn't tell him. You get a message in your head that says, Trine tells me you have a new destination. Where are you trying to go?
Trine's just staring up, waiting for the response.
I'm gonna look to try. I'm just gonna be like, cool. Something happened there. Daggerford, unless you can get us straight to Delimbrian. I'm not done yet. I just have to think of what I'm gonna say with the rest of my.
That's fine. I think you're at like what, 8 words?
I'm at 9.
Words? Okay. I love Sunday.
Shooby-doo, baboo-wop, shooby-doo, baboo-wop-boo-boo.
I think Trine would like hippogriffs. But we all thought of coming to you for teleportation.
Okay.
They can't teleport us. Hippogriffs are quicker.
That is true. It's silent for like a solid minute.
I think Trine would like hippogriffs.
The butler just staring at us, being like, "Why are half of them just like
only
staring
like,
at
why are
us?"
you guys standing around? And don't you
I've
have
gone
what
back
you
up
need?
to him for scritches.
Four fucking
He's
people
still
have
giving
voices
scritches.
in their heads right now.
Yeah. Gina, you eventually hear, go back to Irona. I promised her extra pay.
Damn, she's getting
We
paid
have
for this?
hippogriffs, but they're not well trained.
It's okay, our party's not well trained either.
You need a good groundskeeper, like
Yeah,
Hager.
you get a follow-up sending, by the way, of Irona knows to expect you.
Does that mean I get to respond with 50 words instead of 25?
Nah.
He just hung up after he sent this. He's like,
Yeah.
"Nope."
He was like, I'm running out of words, so I'm just gonna cast it again. Irona knows to expect you. That's 5 words, not 4.
Tell me how many
I
apostrophes
promised-
you have.
I promise her more booze if she helps you one last time. Make it count.
Did you say booze?
Booze.
Okay, now I'm listening.
I think
But you
only
can't
Gina.
You
can't
don't
hear it.
hear Jack.
I'm paying attention. I feel the word coming,
Yeah.
you know?
There's a shiver
I can feel
down
it, the
Manchester's
vibration.
Yeah.
spine.
Yeah.
Except for
Manchester has a
it's not
sixth
our
sense for
booze.
alcohol.
Yes, I do. I
All
feel
right.
the vibrations, and I look directly to Gina like, what?
I said beer.
Did someone said alcohol?
There's a voice in your head going, booze, booze.
Thanks for the information.
Tell him I want to eat the hippogriffs.
Thanks for
They were gonna have the booze.
information.
Mm-hmm.
Have a nice day, XO.
I like the X and O are their own separate words.
EXOH.
It's just XO. Like
I know.
kiss hug.
I know.
I lost count now.
I think you got to 10.
You had 10.
Yeah, I think I was at 10. Wait,
Yeah.
what was the name of the kid who was running our room? Ramelin?
Ramlin, yeah. He was like a
Tell-
middle-aged guy.
Tell Ramelin hi. I'm 130. Middle-aged guy is still young.
That's fair.
Hippogriffs would still be fun though, but we'll go to Irona.
Alright.
I want to say I guess, but I only have one word left.
Thanks, Sugar Blossom. I hope you have fun
Today.
getting your food
We'll
and
go to
having a good
Irona
rest.
today.
I love you.
All right. You get no
Dark one,
response.
Sion? Sion or Coin? Did you spell Coin wrong? Or is it actually Sion?
That was like 5 casts of a level 3 spell.
Yeah.
This Archmage is like, fuck these guys.
Yeah, this Archmage is like, I need a
Blowing.
nap.
I'm upcasting everything for those fuckers.
We're called the Coven of
The
Chaos.
Coven.
I
Yeah.
really
Chaos
want
Coven.
French
Like,
French
what do
toast
they
now.
expect?
I would
We
really
were
love some French
aptly
toast now.
named.
Does
We're
anybody
also
have any?
adventurers.
Does anybody have any additional business in this mansion before you get your asses teleported to Daggerford? Marcus,
Can I give the butler a book?
you
Sion,
can.
you're
I keep
most
his
welcome
hand
here. Your
occupied with giving
Dark
these
One
riches so he
powers
doesn't get the book?
and your appreciation of chaos. is very
He
much
has
welcome.
one hand under your chin and he takes the book in confusion.
Bat it out of his hand.
He stops giving you scritches.
I wink at the butler.
Outrage!
Does he
I
stop
would
The
being?
like to
butler
cast
winks
Mind
back.
Sliver on the butler.
I would like to counterspell that.
You're gonna waste your
I would
spell
like-
slots
It's a cantrip.
on a cantrip. You're gonna
That
waste
might
your
It's
kill him, though.
3d6 damage to an unsuspecting butler. I like
Okay.
chaos. I'm not a
He
murderer.
stopped giving
Yeah, you
me
might kill
As
a
far as
butler
anyone knows.
with that much damage.
He stopped.
You are a
giving me
happy little psychopath.
riches.
Okay, you know what? Go ahead. You know
Hazel
what?
will step in and
I
give
want
you riches.
I want to see how this plays out. Roll damage.
It's only 1d6 I can damage.
Not as
On
you
a
level
higher
up.
level,
Never
it's
mind,
like
never
3d6.
mind.
Higher level
mind.
3d6.
It's 2d6. It's 2d6.
How many levels are you?
I'm 9 level sorcerer.
Oh, okay.
Because I have 3 levels on.
But
Okay. Still though, 2d6. Let's see how this plays out.
Okay.
Alright.
So
Just for
Just getting
funsies.
into it.
it's a
What have you been
saving-
playing
it's
at
an
all? Are you
intelligence saving
watching,
throw.
or what exactly are you doing for D&D? Also, welcome to the nerdy chaos that
What did you
is
cast
D&D
that in?
love in
15.
general.
My save is 14.
Oh, hi Bambi.
Oh,
Can you,
shit.
you hear the fan?
Oh,
Oops,
damn.
What
sorry.
did he say?
Yeah,
So does he take half?
my room is warm.
no, he doesn't take any because it's
He
a
takes
cantrip.
nothing.
Also, it
Oh,
would
yeah,
be
mercy, sweet. Or
it would
take
be
1d6.
3d6 because
It goes off of
scales
total
by
level.
character level, not class level.
Either way, it could really kill a human.
Are you
with a
Either way,
compass.
it could have wrecked his
Yes.
shit. But he rolled a 15.
Okay.
So, good job.
Damn.
Okay,
Well,
I'm
we'll
still.
start
I still wanna scratch him.
Sure, you scratch him on the arm and you deal like 1 slashing damage.
Hold on. I
Oh,
have
no.
claws.
Oh,
as
do you have a
melee
claw attack? Okay, how much damage
have-
is your claw attack?
My claw is 1d4 plus 1.
Are you a rogue?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh god.
Do you want me to roll to hit?
Yeah, go
I'm-
ahead.
Can I bunch minces?
No.
It's a
I would like to
10.
bonk you on my head with my quarterstaff.
A 10 does
A
hit.
10.
Go ahead and roll damage. On the butler.
On
The human butler who is
stopped
not an
giving me
adventurer
switches.
Look at
because
all
I
you
have
got a
feelings
book
about
That is so
out
many
of
things
his
that you have.
hand.
going on, man.
Yeah.
That is awesome. Again, as a big D&D lover,
Hazel
Yeah,
tried to
that's
solve
the
his
answer.
problem.
getting into all the
He's
stuff.
unconscious. Are you
No,
happy with
he's
yourself?
not.
He's
I cast
rolling death
healing
saves.
word. I
I
cast
Bambi,
am
healing
yeah,
not
if you
word.
come over to
myself,
Twitch, you can see it
actually.
happening live. The
What
TikTok
level
is
do you
just
cast healing word
information
at?
to
First
have
level,
people
I'm
come
not
over on
wasting
Twitch
that
if they
much on
want to.
him, but he regains 5 hit points.
Great. He's back to full health. He sits up after literally collapsing to the floor not even half a second before, and he just goes, "Get out, please."
Motherfucker.
I'm so sorry.
Hazel's gonna grab the scruff of Mittens and drag them away.
Sion,
Let's go.
what kind of
He is a
game are
little
you playing?
testy.
Out of curiosity, just because
You mean
I'm
a little
a
dick?
big D&D player. I love
Yes.
hearing about other people's stories.
I'm sorry. I couldn't
For
help
sure.
Myself. Right.
I'm gonna give him like a fidget cube It does nothing special. It's just a fidget cube that I made. Really, like, this. I'm actually gonna hand him two. Like, this one is for you, and this one is a gift for Evandria. Just give it to her. Just give it to her when she. I was gonna give you it the whole time, but I was waiting for a good time, but then that happened, and there is no good time, so I'm gonna give them to you now. One's
Vinny,
for
is this
you.
how you feel when Griffin starts shit?
I'm gonna take Gina by the one of the free hands and just slowly start bringing Gina along.
One's for you. One's for Evandria. Evandria.
Evandria.
Looking at you really
Evandria.
confused as you're being pulled away.
Have a
just
nice
hear
day.
Mittens down the hallway
So
going,
sorry.
Gina,
"What
Gina,
fuck?"
the greatest gift we can give them is them never seeing us again.
For once,
See
trying
me
is
in your
correct.
nightmares, bitch.
For once, excuse me, I've been right multiple times.
Try
Our current quest is some asshole's fault. They owe us big time. Everything I've said is fully accurate. This person writes bullshit.
Is stubborn, but like also the brain cells. So
Yeah.
the only reason Gina is useful
And yes,
is
this
that
is what
she
it's
knows
like
how
with
to rein
Griff.
herself in
When
sometimes.
Griff does stupid things.
I love it. So you guys make your way back to Irona's. This remind me again what race Juzoth is, Vinny?
Juzoth, older or younger?
Younger?
The father.
Juzoth Jr.
Juzoth Jr. Is half Goliath, half Minotaur, has little Minotaur horns.
Cool. So this young Goliath man opens the door and is like, yeah, she's waiting for you. Irona is down where you first found her initially, where you first met her, where the teleportation circle is. And she is clearly making some adjustments to it. It goes, yeah, this should land you right in Daggerford. Just give me 1 second. Kind of steps into the middle of the circle, places a hand down, and like before, a portal erupts from the center. And she goes, this will only last a short time, so get going.
Does it look like water again?
It does.
Damn it.
I tackle fucking Mittens.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm helping you.
I was gonna say
I'm helping
I
too.
get a pretty good strength.
Wait.
Like,
Wait. I need to know this right now. Does the group just like collectively tackle Mittens?
Everyone looks at
Through
each
the
other
portal?
right before. They're like, and we all
Yeah.
just nod.
Hazel's gonna cast levitate again.
we do the like get down, Mr. President, like
Yeah, exactly.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Echo, I'm sorry. I have to give it to them first before we use levitate again. Because it's just too funny in my head.
No, it's gonna be levitate on top of that because the levitate can hold up to 500 pounds.
Fantastic. Okay, so
Weird.
what is that check? What is that saving throw for levitate?
I don't know if there is one.
There
Pretty
is.
sure there's one.
It's a con 16.
Okay, con saving throw of 16, please, Mittens. Followed by a dex save. May or may not be disadvantage.
That is. Let me see here. That is a 24 on my con. save.
Damn.
Okay. Make a dex save. Actually, it'd probably still be a disadvantage because technically you're all giving the help action.
To each
Instead,
other.
there's 5 of you tackling one individual, so I feel like it's still a disadvantage.
That's a nat one.
So
That makes sense.
So-
you're expecting the levitation.
your
He just got
warlock who
steamrolled.
has cared for you, raised you, given you all the scritches of the world, tries to cast levitate on you, fails miserably. You have like a Cusco moment of like ha,
I
and then
love
you just
worlds
get
that have
bodied
magic.
by you
That have
five of
magic
your
being-
companions and get yeeted through the portal.
I love worlds that have magic being like illegal or nullified and stuff. It's always super fun. So that's really awesome. I hope the game goes really good. So, oh, and you're an assassin. Assassination? That's awesome. I hope that's a good time for you, Sion. And again, welcome to the chaos that is D&D. You can see what's happening here, and it's just always a good time.
Yes.
That's what they look like on the
Yeah. So Mittens just look shook to their core as you emerge on the other side of the portal.
I like get up just a little bit and just pat Mittens on the head and then finish standing all the way up.
Good kitty.
I
Like
minor
Shosha.
illusion, just some little rain cloud raining on top of Mittens.
That's evil.
Mittens attacks you.
Oh god.
What's
I
your
don't
armor
really want
class?
to choose violence today.
What's your armor class?
16.
Are you doing a claw attack, Mittens?
I sure am. Hold on.
Mittens is suddenly southern.
I sure am. Boy, howdy.
I sure am. That is a 19 to hit.
Holy
Yep,
howdy,
hits.
mister.
Oh my god.
Yeah, landed on some shit. Motherfucker, my D4 does not want to stay with me. Come back, please. There we go. Okay, that is. Is that the 4 or the 1? That's the 1. Okay, so 2 points of damage.
Okay, I'll take it.
So, by the time you found your way back to Ivonas and got teleported into Daggerford, it is nearly nighttime. There's barely a few rays left of sunlight. You've had a very eventful day trying to figure out the source of this curse. Do you want to spend the night in Daggerford, or do you want to trudge forward?
I'm gonna say the nerd got to sleep. Pointing to Gina.
Well, I mean,
Gina has not.
It's-
Gina has
it's-
not slept in a solid, probably
Gina,
24 hours at this
shh,
point.
nerd.
You will gain a point of exhaustion, ma'am.
I'm very well aware
Nerd.
that I'm exhausted, and that I'm well aware that I'm exhausted to the point of exhaustion. By the way, I was assuming that pretty much the whole time. However, you all are cursed, and you could die. So we could just keep going, and if you're really worried about me, we could just like get a horse and a wagon. I could sleep in that. But then you all would be exhausted and I wouldn't be, and that's like a weird flip-flop that we might not want to deal with. But like, genuinely, if you guys are gonna die, I don't know how much we want to be resting. Also, I have a sneaking suspicion that if I fall asleep, I will also have the curse on me. I probably already do, and just don't know about it because I haven't rested yet.
So you're just gonna stay awake for the rest of the trip?
Not necessarily. I'm just saying we should know our options before we make a decision.
Fine, I want a bar.
Let's just go there. It's just 2 hours.
Yeah.
Doesn't hurt the rest of us who have
It's
rested.
2 hours, but are we gonna have somewhere to sleep when you get there? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Probably not. To be fair, one night of sleep probably isn't going to kill you all.
You
That
were
could
2
be-
nights of sleeps away.
That could be the same thing said for you then, which means you can also rest.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I'm not concerned about dying.
I have no idea what's
concerned about
right now.
We're
You
talking
guys
about
are
whether we should
arguing
sleep.
about
Fighting
whether
about
to
sleep.
rest for the night or continue trudging forward because you are now in Daggerford and it is basically nightfall. And Gina has not rested in 24 hours, which means she will gain a point of exhaustion.
Go the fuck to sleep, Gina.
I'm gonna
yes,
walk
thank
up to Gina and catnap.
You're gonna what?
I'm gonna cast catnap.
That's nice.
Is that actually a thing?
It is.
Yeah, it
That
is.
is a
It is
spell.
a really
Fantastic
cool
thing.
spell.
I think
Do
it has to be
not
willingly
cast
though.
magic on me. I see you.
Oh,
I
does
see
it
what
have
you're
to be
doing. Stop
willing?
it.
Wait.
I'm gonna help
Wow.
Mittens.
Cast
an
it on me,
actual
then.
spell?
No, I will actually go to
It is-
sleep.
It
I
is an
just want
actual
to discuss
spell,
our
but it is-
options.
I know. I just wanted to interrupt you, but it is on a willing creature.
On a willing creature. Okay.
I'm willing. I'm willing.
Yeah,
All right.
Free auto nap.
Who wants to sleep? Raise your
Yeah.
hand.
I don't care.
I also don't care.
Gina,
But I'm
you
also
kinda need to
fine.
sleep.
I haven't used anything.
Mhm.
I-
Okay, so
I
it looks
don't-
like majority wants to sleep.
Cool. I will take.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I want
Alright,
to
who'd
sleep
like to
because I need
sleep right
Gina to
now?
sleep.
I'll take the watch because I literally have not used anything, and I can I'll be fine.
I would take a watch, but I probably shouldn't.
Yeah, anyone who can
You are
only.
going
I'll
to
take a
sleep.
watch.
I can also take most of it because again, I actually slept earlier and I have not used anything, so I am basically good to go.
You can do at least half of it.
Actually,
Yeah.
I haven't. I didn't sleep too because I was drinking. I was just relaxed. I just remembered
Mm.
it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
You
mean,
had probably slept the night before, though.
I trance, so I only
Maybe.
take 4 hours for my rest anyway. So if there's anyone else who trances, we can just buddy up.
Okay, yeah, I also trance. I got you. We will do this
All right,
together.
me and Hazel do like the top 5, low 5 as we switch off.
I was gonna say
Yeah,
I'm
right.
also trans, man. Are you calling me up?
Tranced, not trans.
I was like,
I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
There's a very distinct difference.
It was a very good
Over
joke.
half of this
was
group
great.
uses at least they pronouns.
It was A plus.
more than half of this
So-
group. Actually, the
Oh my
majority.
with group majority saying let's take a rest.
Actually,
you
it's
guys,
half and half. Sorry.
Is
I
it
just
half and half?
realized.
3-3.
No,
Oh no,
it's,
never mind.
3-3.
no, it's more.
5-8. 5-3.
5-3.
Yeah, no, 5-3. Um,
Tay, Ariel, Echo, Artemis.
Okay.
Yeah.
anyways, with the group majority saying let's take a fucking nap, you guys find a cheap tavern to hole up in for the night. You take a rest. Who among you has been marked? Raise your hand.
Everyone but Gina.
Everyone but Gina. Okay, so Gina, you get the first level of the mark, which everybody already has.
Heck yeah.
Someone get
Everyone-
the second one?
What?
I thought someone got the second level at some point for resting
Not
a
yet.
second time.
No, not
No.
yet.
We haven't rested yet.
None of you have freaking slept. So everybody else. Oh, do I not have it in my photos yet? What? The lies and slander? Oh, it's on my iPod. That's why.
Lies and slander.
Everyone else, you now have gained the second level of benefits and drawbacks,
Be more face shit. We
which
can all
is
already
the
do.
following. So
Oh, I
as a
couldn't
review,
cast catnap on any of you anyway. On anybody.
I'll let
except for
Mittens
Gina,
cast on me.
because we can't be put to sleep with magic. Okay,
Yep.
anyway.
Oh,
So
You can
to
cast on me.
review,
I could have been, though.
To review,
Someone-
level
level
1
2.
of the mark effects. The benefit is you can speak, read, and write in Sylvan, and magic cannot put you to sleep. The drawback is that you no
Damn
longer
it.
cast a shadow or have a reflection.
I'm a vampire.
Level 2. So everybody but Gina. You can cast the message cantrip at will, assuming you don't have it already. No components are required. Drawback: magic potions no longer affect you, so that includes healing potions.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Hey,
Magic-
shouldn't that undo?
Magic potions going like if we take a magic potion now, it won't do anything. Not like it'll cancel any effects from magic potions.
Like if you take a magic potion,
Like
no
if
effect. happens.
say 6 months ago, someone accidentally had a magic potion that turned them from a cat into a tabaxi.
It's
what
going
would
from
happen
this
there?
moment to clarify. It's going from this moment forward. It does not retroactively undo whatever bullshit you started.
Maybe
Okay,
in the
okay,
middle
but
of the night
talk
doesn't
about the fact that that book was read to find a way, and if that had actually worked,
If that had worked, weird benefit.
Sir Marcus, aren't you an alchemist?
Yes.
If magic potions don't work on anyone else in the party,
Aren't you useless?
What
That-
do we need it for?
that's not what I was gonna say. There are some potions that give benefits to party members, but not all of them. So a lot of them are for other people.
You useless bastard.
Aren't you
guess in that case, I might as well go back to my mansion.
Am I wrong?
I guess we
do
need
more than
someone
that. I'm
to.
not just an alchemist.
We gotta have someone write the story, I guess, right?
Oh my god.
We lost Mel. We lost Mel.
Mel
Mel,
down,
come
Mel
back.
down.
Oh man.
That was
That
beautiful.
was so good.
I mean, no, you're
I
not just an
start.
alchemist.
Okay, I want to be very clear about this. I
Ari,
don't cast
you-
it, but I start casting fireball. I'm not just an alchemist, motherfucker.
I would just like to reiterate one final time. Aren't you useless? Wasn't that Raven that said that?
I have gifted kid burnout syndrome. You can't say that.
All I was going for was that we need to keep in mind that if you have any potions that benefit the party, which I don't actually know if you do or not,
Oh man.
I honestly didn't read that far into being an alchemist.
Honestly, that tracks for Marcus, though.
Yeah.
that's fair.
I'm an owl now.
You can get a healing potion after a certain point that you can hand out to people, but it only works like once a day.
Also,
It's
none
fine.
of us have potions, which again, for level 12 adventurers, wow, we're real bad at this.
I have one.
Yeah.
Oh, one.
Oh man.
Got one
Yeah,
spell.
I can make experimental elixirs.
You get to make what?
I can make experimental elixirs, but
One more
I
time.
don't-
What
Oh,
elixirs?
those
experimental, but I don't
Experimental
have any right
elixirs.
now.
Okay.
Does that count as a potion?
Drink it.
Elixir I feel like is different from a potion.
Whenever you finish a long rest, you can magically produce up to one experiential elixir each in an empty flask of you touch. Roll for the elixir's effect separately. Each elixir requires its own flask.
Okay.
And yeah, but they're potions because it's healing, swiftness, resilience, boldness,
Oh,
light,
okay.
or
So that they are
transformation.
potions. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Sorry, bud. I... Oh man. All right.
obviously
You guys
not
take
the
a
only
long
thing
rest?
you can do.
Uh.
But but we have to keep that in mind just for today, hopefully not for longer.
Right.
You take this long rest, Gina. You notice you now have the markings on your arm. Everybody else, the writing has increased by another 20%.
And you can see the markings now, Gina.
Yeah. So now instead of having say like kind of a one-sided sleeve in terms of tattoos, you have like a full sleeve of writing now.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Using
That's
a mirror
badass,
to get the
honestly.
back. Like,
Mittens is just like giving.
You don't have a
himself bath.
reflection, so you can't check your reflection in the mirror.
shoot. So I can't
Yeah.
read the words on the back of my arm?
Wait, we don't
Nope.
have reflection?
Well, you can read it on someone else's arm.
Yeah, no, you guys do not at level 1 with this mark. And the
Said no
screenshot I
shadow.
posted, you do not have. Yeah, I didn't get to the reflection part because there was no mirrors in the room. You don't
I
have
wrote that
reflections
down.
anymore.
I just forgot about it.
Okay.
Yeah, none of you have reflections or shadows like vampires.
Really enjoying the message thing though, of just being like, "Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?"
Mhm.
I'm gonna grab.
Can you
I'm
hear
gonna
me?
grab Trin's arm that's covered in writing. I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna look at this and just be reading.
That's fine.
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna say a prayer to Lara, my goddess, and be like, "Lady of the Mists, please help us learn a little more, so the mischief we make is more reasonable."
By the way, what is the story about?
So, Hazel only read probably the first couple paragraphs. I'm gonna guess. I feel like Hazel, you're like the type that reads the first few lines. If it's not what you're looking for, you're like, fuck it. Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So Hazel read only the first few lines. But what it established was that the princess is the protagonist of the story. The queen of air and darkness is her enemy. And that she is pretty much that. And that it's roughly a story of revenge that she was cast out of her kingdom by the queen of air and darkness.
Oh, it's not a romance. Just kidding.
It is not a romance. It's written in very romantic looking writing, but it is not a romance.
I couldn't read it, so
That's
Are
very
we awake
fair.
the next day yet, or what?
It is in fact the next day. You
Okay.
guys wake up. Those of you who had a level 1 mark, now have a level 2 mark. So as mentioned before, it's like a full tattoo sleeve encompassing the whole arm instead of just one side of the arm.
Since Gina's reading the mine, is Gina also getting part 2, whatever that may be? Gina said she was reading mine, so
I was reading the story on Trine's arm. Trine's arm.
Trine's arm.
Sorry.
You can read it, but that doesn't imbue you with the second level of the mark.
I just meant, like, do we know, is there additional story, or is everything you told us the 2 parts?
I would say the second part talks about the princess's journey to amass allies to
Do we sense that knowing the story is important to exactly what we're doing, or should we stop asking about it?
It's like relative. The more you read into the second part, it kind of sounds like even though the princess is the protagonist, the wording makes it sound like everyone that aligns themselves with her is her pawn. Yes, Hazel.
Okay, so I was asking if we were still the other because I was going to have Hazel talk to Sylvanius during their their watch. And
during their watch.
And ask Sylvanius, what they may know or if they knew anything, since it's all written in Sylvan anyways, and Sylvanius is Archfey. What they knew about this story, maybe, if they knew anything.
Yeah, we can retcon back a little bit to the night before and see if Sylvanius can answer any questions for you. What specifically do you ask?
Sylvania, if they know anything about this princess, first of all,
the Princess of Shadow of Glass.
That's this other voice that's in my head besides you. I'm not okay with you being there half the time, but I'm really not okay with this extra voice. Do you know about this princess?
Sylvanius answers you with, I know she has multiple names, and then remember that there's always a lot of power in a name. Aside from being known as the Princess of Shadow and Glass, she's also known as Nintra Ciota, Princess of the Shadow Glass, Lady of Dread Omens, Seeker of the Three Crowns. Those are her other titles. She, from what I remember, but like a lot of Fae, pretty power hungry. She had a lot of beef with the Queen of Air and Darkness from the Gloaming Court. But I didn't really socialize much with the Gloaming Court. Not really my style, per
So
se.
according to this princess, she's been trapped by the queen. Do you know if there's any truth to that statement?
There's probably some truth to that statement. Fae. Fae. We love to trick each other. We love to trick mortals. We love to entrap each other and mortals. It's a very common occurrence.
Of course. I'm well aware.
Haven't seen the Princess of Shadowglass in a good chunk of time, though. Whatever was done to her was very effective.
Okay. That's all. Just... You're there. I figured I might as well ask.
Unfortunately, I'm not exactly in with the Gloaming Court. There's a variety of Fae courts, and that's not really my vibe. So...
Understandable.
Any other questions you want to ask Sylvanus before we officially wake up?
I think that's it.
Okay. You guys all awake the next day.
I have more thoughts.
The marks have either leveled up or have appeared at last.
Of course, Kareen has more thoughts.
Of course I do.
Go ahead,
I'm
Kareen.
going to talk in my head and see if I can talk to this princess fairy that everybody else was talking to the other day.
So you try reaching out to the Princess of Shadowglass?
Absolutely, I do.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
You make this choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like,
What do
hey.
you say internally to grab her attention?
Hey, are you the princess? Or let me rephrase that. The princess who was talking to my friends the other day, and I'm pretty sure she was talking to them because of this book thing. Uh, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can.
Are you going to free me?
I think that's what we're coming to do. What's your name?
I'm the princess of I'm the princess of what did I say? Princess of the Shadow Glass. That's my official title.
Do you have other titles?
Oh, you should never ask a fae for their other names.
So
You should know
do
better
have
by
other
now.
names.
Every fae has multiple names.
Is it gonna hurt me if you give me your names?
It could spell doom for all of us. You need to free me. Time is running out.
Well, we are only 2 hours away, so time is, yes, of the essence, but also gonna be faster than you think, especially with how long you've been trapped there. How long have you been trapped?
I don't really. I guess in terms of your time, 900 years. I was trying to find help.
Okay. I have another question. I just forgot what it was. Hold on. It's very important. It could help us free you. Shoot. Shoot. Ah. I don't remember what it was. It's fine. If I remember later, I'll bring it up.
Sure. Okay. Okay. You guys leave and you make your way over to Delembrian.
Oh, I remember what it was.
Go ahead.
You're Faye. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Does that mean you're... I would like to roll a history or an insight with this, by the way. Are
Okay.
you allowed to lie?
Okay. I feel like you can roll an insight check with this.
Okay.
And you just hear her voice kind of change in tone. It becomes more bitter. And she says, "Everyone is capable of lying."
That wasn't a direct answer, first of all. Second of all, I rolled a natural 20 for a 26.
Bitches like big butts.
So
what does that
hard.
have to do with anything?
So what exactly is your insight check for?
I would like to know, well, that's why I said insight or history, because I don't actually know how D&D Fae work, but in traditional Fae rules, fairies can't lie. They can skirt around the truth as much as they want, but they cannot tell a direct lie.
Right. That's actually a very good question. I just assumed that they are capable of lying.
Okay.
I mean, I know that Bells is incredibly good at deception, so
That's true.
I mean, yeah, I feel like in D&D canon versus like folklore canon, there is a differentiation, and that Fae are definitely allowed to be more deceptive than traditional folklore allows.
Okay.
So her statement, "Everyone is capable of lying," very much truthful.
Are there any extra vibes I'm getting off of that? Because she didn't. I said, "Are you able of lying?" And she said, "Everyone is capable of lying."
Yes. So that was her. I mean, it was like half agreeing, like, yes, I can lie, but so does everybody else. You also get the vibe that she's. It's unclear if it's panicked or impatient. It's somewhere in between those two.
Okay. I'm gonna say, well, we're coming as fast as we can. However, the way you said that, have you been hurt by somebody lying to you in the past, Princess of...
By the one who trapped me here. Are you going to free me or not?
Well, we're coming. I'm talking to you as we're moving. Like, I can't make us go any faster than we're going.
I have a question. Are you talking out loud or are you talking in your head? Because some of y'all talk out loud.
I would say it's been about half and half.
Okay.
The first initial contact was like totally in my head.
Okay.
But since then it's been about like every other phrase because she got overexcited and she stopped paying attention. So it was like the first couple of phrases was totally in her head, and then after that she was like absolutely speaking out loud now. So
Okay. So you guys make your way. You have this conversation with the princess.
Making our way downtown.
Walking back, you're a voice.
It happened to
Walking
me. It happened.
Not nature.
Good gracious. Making my way. You guys make your way over to the city of Delembrian. Using the map provided by Makehill's butler, you realize that the red X doesn't only just point to Delembrian, it also points to the location of the Haven of the Red Quill.
Oh, hey.
You find the entrance with ease, and you guys can begin to turn your attention, finally, to the map on Owlbear Rodeo.
Oh boy.
Ooh.
Holy crap, there's a map.
Do it.
There is, in fact,
Did
a
you guys know
map.
there's a map?
There's a map. Find the map.
Looks like Marcus is at the head of the line.
Yes. So,
We can adjust if we want to, though.
the entrance to the Haven is a vertical shaft that plunges deep into the bedrock with a crumbling stone staircase clinging to the stark gray walls. If you are going to take the stairs down, I need you... Oh, actually... Hang on. I need to read a thing really quick. Where did it go? If you choose to descend the stairs, I need you guys to make me a dexterity saving throw. And you can decide if whether or not this is the marching order, yay or nay.
What's the other option for going down?
Magical means. Or, you know,
I'll just go
whatever
down
else you
by
got
myself.
up your sleeve.
Fuck yeah.
All right.
Dexterity saving throw, you said?
Dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
I know that Hazel's definitely going to be beside Mittens in the order.
Mittens is going straight down those stairs.
Okay.
As
Give me
25.
literally 2 minutes while you guys do those rolls. I have been drinking a lot of fluids to make sure that my throat doesn't get dry, and I need to use the restroom again.
Wait, it's the DM's curse.
I
Try
got
and
a
just-
natty 20 plus whatever my dex is.
No.
Nice.
Dang.
Try
Plus
and-
3.
Try and trust the Gina, and it's like, are you just talking a new theory out loud or something, or?
Oh no. Oh no. I'm absolutely talking to the Princess of Shadow and Glass.
Right.
That's fun.
Shadow Glass. Princess of the Shadow Glass, not Shadow and Glass. My apologies.
Can we also agree that a name called Shadowglass as a title doesn't sound great? Also, someone who leads to like dread glooms and.
Do you think it has anything to do with the fact that we don't have any shadows or can't be seen in glass?
Oh,
Oh, it can't.
what
That
a
makes
thought!
sense.
What the
Sometimes the cat has a brain.
Oh, even a broken clock night twice a day.
I don't.
You say that about the cat having a brain, and Hazel gives you scritches. Good boy.
That's a ring.
I also want to point out that the story, she's been asking people to release her, and specifically been saying things like, just do exactly what I say to do. And in the story that's on everybody's arms, specifically is about a princess who, when she gains allies, they kind of become her pawns.
Okay.
Has she told you
Quick
to
tangent
do
before I collect your
anything
guys'
exactly?
rolls. I came out
Also-
of the restroom and my dogs both were on the couch and they came down and like landed on the carpet and then just like plopped down and they were like, mother pet us. It was really great. It
So
was
they were
very
being
sweet.
mittens.
Yes.
Mother
1000%
She-
yes.
No.
Also, doesn't it say that she's a seeker of the crowns, which is the vision that was given to dear old Marcus over here?
Yes,
And-
Marcus, you said you had an urge to grab one of the crowds. Do you think you could have been put in the position of the princess in the story and also potentially this Princess Faye who keeps talking to us?
Oh, sure. And it's Sir Marcus to you.
I apologize.
Oh,
I
apparently
don't
it's-
remember that.
Apparently, it's princess.
Princess Marcus?
Only
Princess Marcus at your service.
Once again,
Only
Hazel
in his
says good
dreams,
boy and gives
Richard.
more scritches.
Also, wasn't the spear that had the crowns on it, or whatever weapon it was, looked like it was in ruins of some sort, similar to probably the bullshit we're running through? So, do we know?
presume as much.
So
Yeah.
we're here
Why
to
not faster?
grab the crowns for the crown wanter.
I don't know if we're gonna grab them for her or release her so she can grab them herself.
Ah, yes, the one that loves shiny, the one that made the thing that loves shiny, the one that likes to just act like the other thing that loves to grab shiny, the one that likes to get drunk, the one that likes to get more things, and the two very inquisitive females. Yes, I'm sure none of us are going to touch the crowns.
Grab the shiny.
I'm definitely going to grab
Wait,
the shiny.
I'm
What was
confused.
everyone's
Which one of
dexterity
those am
saving
I?
throw?
Natty 20 plus 3.
Cool.
17.
Green? Hang on, I'm going down the line. Kareen?
12.
Okay. Tay-Tay?
18.
18. All right. Vinny? 2?
20.
Okay.
I'm doing the best I can. I don't know which way it shows up.
Yeah, it's weird. Okay, so 20 for Vinny. Kareen is 12. Oh dear. Ariel.
14.
All right.
Fart
Artemis.
pain.
I mean,
I'm sorry, Raven. What did you get for your dex?
23.
Okay. Mittens.
17.
Cool. I'm so sorry.
look, falling down the stairs is just the next
Tina.
great adventure.
Tina, you trip and fall to the ground below, taking, I have to roll 4d6.
That's a lot of dice.
Yep.
Ooh, up the butt.
Ass jabs is quite a name.
Oh, yikes. 11, 14, 15 bludgeoning damage.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
God damn.
Nah, we're good.
You were the only one who failed the check. The only
I
one.
have decent
Decent-
health
Yeah.
for an artificer.
That's
Kareem
good.
makes
I had a high
characters
con.
with health.
That is good. I'm really on the plus side, potions still affect you. So if you have healing potions,
Oh.
you
I
can
do
still
not.
take them. You're the only one who can take them and have them work. So that's the upside.
Huzzah.
That's
Uh,
great.
Nice.
When you reach the bottom,
I don't care. Do I reach the bottom the fastest?
I was about to
fell
say,
down?
yes.
I would
Ah!
I could have also just fallen into the middle, depending.
when you reach the bottom, you find an open archway, which then leads into a chamber that's kind of crumbling. The walls of this chamber show cracks and other signs of stress from the weight of 50 feet of earth and stone above, but have so far remained standing. The floor is covered in a thick layer of rot and debris, within which can be seen scraps of leather, the husks of countless dead insects, and bits of rusted metal. A doorway on the far wall, I will indicate with a pointer somehow. There she is, right over here. That's a drawing thing. I tried. That's the laser pointer. Over here.
Wow.
Ooh, mittens.
Mittens, calm down. Mittens, calm down.
Rose calls the laser pointer the fairy in our house, and I don't know why, but I love it.
I'm a fan. I think that is perfectly acceptable.
That tracks.
Yes, indeed. I just need to. I accidentally made some marks on my document, and I have to erase them so I can read. Cool.
Which
Do
one of
any
you
of
is
you
playing with the pointer?
do any of you have a proficiency with stonework, or are remind me again if any of you are dwarfs?
I'm gonna say it's purely dwarfs.
I'm not a dwarf, but I actually might have a proficiency with that because of
what?
my background.
Proficiency related to stonework, so like masonry or God, I don't know what else.
I can look like a dwarf if you want me to.
Smithing. I
Hold
guess.
on. My background is I'm a
Jewelry.
clan crafter.
I think that's acceptable enough, clan crafter.
So like I like
I
worked with
I do have
dwarves.
I do have something like that. Give me a second to find. Where is it?
I worked with dwarves in like creating things. Particularly would have been. I mean, I assume it would have been a
Come
lot
on
of
now.
working with stone because it's dwarven stuff.
Could Marcus also have that for being an artificer?
Yes, but I don't. I think I literally just have like artificer's tools or alchemical tools.
Yeah,
Alchemist
I
supplies.
cannot find my tool, but I do have a tool that is specifically for like work stuff that I don't know the name because I can't find it.
That's okay.
Masonry tools.
Yeah, masonry tools, or if you have like a background that has something to do with stonework or masonry or something along those lines. Basically, the long and short of it is that you can tell that the stonework is in fact stable, so you don't have to worry about it crumbling beneath you. By the way, at this point, you guys
Nice.
are in this room. There is, however, a collapsed wall on this north wall here. Are any of you considered small?
I think I would be. I'm a gnome.
I think gnomes count.
I'm also a rock gnome.
Gnomes
so
are
like
small.
both of those make sense.
Well, there's the answer. Yeah, you know the stonework is freaking stable. You're a rock gnome.
Like in Frozen.
Stop.
Those are rock trolls.
Ah.
Very important distinction.
Yeah,
Let me
I
double
agree.
check if gnomes are count as small.
Yeah, they do because
Gnomes are
Scanlan
small.
and Tyke did all that stuff, but they could only do it together because they were the only gnomes in the party.
Cool.
Yes.
Gina, if you would like, you can try to make a dex check to see if you can get through some of the gaps in the rock. Otherwise, as far as the rest of you can tell, this is going to take either some physical labor to lift the stone out of the way or magical means to pass through.
You best believe I'm gonna try to shimmy through one of those rocks.
Sure. Hazel, did you want to say something?
I was gonna say Hazel's fairly small, so but I don't know.
What race is Hazel?
High elf.
Okay. So yeah, when I'm talking small, I'm talking specifically like D classification small, not necessarily like weight. Because I think it's like halflings and gnomes, I think, who can like, I know halflings can inhabit a 5-foot square with another person. I don't know if that's true for gnomes as well, but because they're small, they can fit into tinier places. Mittens and then Sir Marcus. Yeah.
Are there any cracks that I can see through into the next room?
Do you have dark vision?
Yes.
Yeah. There are definitely cracks that you can see through. It looks like a room with some dining tables, maybe?
Okay, but I can see the next room.
You can.
Okay.
Just barely. It's like itty bitty, but you can see it.
So then after people do things, I'm going to Misty Step into the next room.
Nice.
I can teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space that I can see.
Amazing. Okay.
Quick, Mel,
Wait,
would you say
wait,
in the next
pause,
room
pause,
that those are...
Pause. I just want to double check something really quick. I want to make sure that how thick does it say how thick it is? Doesn't say how thick it is, so you're probably fine. Going back to Gina really quickly. Gina, are you going to try to make that dex check?
Yep.
Okay. What'd you roll?
18.
Unfortunately, that is not successful.
Dang it.
Sir Marcus and then Hazel, because I think Hazel had a thing.
Well, mine was kind of a meme. I was going to ask, are those empty chairs at empty tables?
Yes, and all my friends are gone, you motherfucker.
I also wanted to see if everybody would be okay with me casting Shatter because I can do a lot of damage because it's stone.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Before you do that, Hazel, what did you have?
Oh, I was gonna ask if I could do freedom of movement since that is unaffected by difficult terrain, but I wasn't sure if it would be helpful in this situation.
Unfortunately, no. This is not considered difficult terrain. It is like a blockage.
Totally understandable. That's what I thought, but you know,
Okay.
you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
No, 100%. I appreciate that. Tay-Tay.
Manchester is like really strong, so he just starts to move some rocks around, like to get out of the way, because he's also really big, so he definitely is not gonna pass through
he's
a
a
crack in the
barbarian.
wall.
He is in fact a barbarian.
Manchester, I can break it. I appreciate the muscles. I really do. I can break it.
So this is what we'll do. Marcus, you can go ahead and make me a athletics check. I'm sorry, not Marcus. Manchester. This is what happens when you guys have the same initial names. It gets confusing. My brain wires get crossed. I get so confused. Pardon me.
Can we just talk about the fact that my person I babysit for did not tell me they didn't need me until I just asked her, "Do you need me?" at fucking 10:30 at night?
The fuck?
And she didn't tell me anything until I asked her.
Sometimes you gotta follow up like that. I mean, she has a really young kid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently they're gonna be at a wedding, so the kid's gonna be with the grandma. But like,
okay.
Well, they should have. You could have told me that.
Yeah, young children though do that to your brain. You forget a lot of things.
That's true.
Yeah, but also wedding is not really something you just get invited to. That is a bit more long term.
I'm saying specifically.
I think this is probably after stream chat.
Yeah, lots of things we don't need to talk about right now.
Sorry, I
we
just
have
got
a
the
current
text
hard
and it
cutoff for
frustrated me.
1
That's
a.m.
all.
and it is I totally get that. It's currently 12:15.
Yeah.
We have a rough hard cutoff for 1. Might end up being 1:30. We'll see what happens. We'll try our best. We'll see where we're at 1. That being said, Sir Marcus, you are free to cast Shatter. Manchester, if you want to dig regardless of whether or not Marcus is casting Shatter, you can certainly make an athletics check.
I rolled a 26.
Okay. Sir Marcus?
Sir Marcus would say, I don't particularly care about any of you other than Gina, but if you don't want to get hurt, I recommend moving now.
I'm gonna Misty Step immediately.
I mean, I'm moving.
Yeah, no, you already Misty Step Mittens. You're fine. You're on the other side.
Backing up as well and start casting Eldritch Bolts because that deals force damage to that sort of knock the debris from Marcus's shadow things out of the way.
Cool. Manchester.
Just so you know, real quick, Mel, I do not have a wild magic surge.
Noted. Manchester, are you going to stop digging or are you going to... Okay, cool. So you got like a good dent into the rubble. Sir Marcus is like, hey, move, bitch, get out the way. And you're like, okay.
All right.
I yell
I did make a
Mittens
reference.
to get away from the
dang.
wall because it's going to explode. I did yell to Mittens, but I didn't move out.
Cool.
All right, so the wall.
Hazel's also taking a fat step back.
Cool. Is anybody else preparing some kind of spell in addition to Raven? No,
I don't think so.
Okay. Go ahead, Sir Marcus.
Okay, so is anybody within a 10-foot radius?
I'm gonna take a very casual step to the side on the other side of the wall.
I'm going to say no for the sake of time.
Okay. So the stone wall has disadvantage on the saving throw.
It's like a critical because it's a stone wall.
I would say.
I feel like you just automatically hit. It's not going anywhere. It can't. It's not dexterous.
Siege damage.
It's not alive.
Dodge.
Okay. In that case, it doesn't take a lot of damage because I rolled really shit, but it takes like 14 points of damage.
Okay. You get enough chunk of the wall out that you can all climb through single file.
Okay.
Can I enlarge that hole with my Eldritch Blasts?
You can certainly try.
Okay, I have 3 Eldritch Blasts if I use it once. So just attack rolls, or
Just give me the damage. You hit automatically. I'm not gonna make you roll an attack roll for that.
One moment. Yes, 7, 13. Yeah, 13 points of force damage.
Oh, what did I just do? 13 points of force damage?
Yes.
Cool. Did I just erase all the fuck? That's fine. Whatever. Yeah, you carve out another chunk, so now you guys can
the
pass.
stream can see everything.
That's fine. You guys can all pass through in pairs now. You got like half of the wall cleared. So you step in to the first room. I have to double check what that area is. Through the layer of debris and dead insects coats the floor of though a layer of debris and dead insects coats the floor of this area, its contents remain largely intact. 4 trestle tables, a side table set with what looks like cups, and 24 chairs stand covered in dust. You basically get the sense that like people lived here. People had communal dining here, much like in Candlekeep. You can see at first glance that all of the furniture pieces are constructed of heavily lacquered wood. There are 3 other 10-foot wide open archways that lead out of this area to the north, the west, and the east.
The things on here, on that table, what are those?
Bugs, teapots, cups.
Okay, so just debris.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, the archway in this direction has the word Candeska inscribed above it.
Is it in Sylvan?
No, it's in common. So Candeska, Candesca.
Is it like the name of the establishment, perhaps?
That's a good question. From your notes, you know that this place is called the Haven of the Red Quill. So you don't know if necessarily that room is referred to as the Candeska wing or what.
Just to quickly test the north one, I'm gonna just stick an arm through the archway and just like.
Nothing happens.
Cool.
I just kind of walk.
Cool. I would like to do the same through the one that has the Candeska over it. Is that what just happened?
No, I went north and go west. If you want?
I'll do the one that's over here next to Mittens and I.
Yeah, I was about to say we can go east.
Everyone same time?
Everyone make that
Everyone
saving
is
throws.
splitting into pairs.
I'm
Cool.
not necessarily leaving. I just want to see if it will hurt me to stick my arm through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see.
Same.
Give me 1 second while I check a thing. Because you guys are all now splitting the party. We love
No,
that.
we're not. We're just.
No, we haven't left the room yet.
Okay. So you guys step into the different doorways. To the north. Yes, to the north. The floor of this room is covered with filth and moldering debris and reeks of untold generation of rats. A faded fresco on the far back wall, where's the laser? Way over here. Depicts several human depicts several human, elf, and dwarf wizards battling a black dragon. Yeah, the whole room is just covered in like fallen rock and debris. It technically does count as difficult terrain for your reference. To my people who are looking towards the east, what area is that?
Is the east where Mittens and I are?
Yes.
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 No, just have to check my map. This chamber is filled with moldering wood furniture. Only 3 bunk beds remain recognizable as what they are, and all others are close to collapse from rot. A door in the north wall has been smashed open, and a damp draft comes from it. So
Are you as intrigued by this as I am, Mittens?
Am I what?
Are you as intrigued by this as I am?
I am. Can we tell if how recently it looks smashed, this door?
Not really. You're not sure if it just was like crumbled from rot or if somebody did it on purpose.
Do we want to go look inside?
I kind of want to go look inside.
Let's go look inside.
Okay. You guys start poking around. To my people, in the west wing, before you start going up that tunnel, just stay by that door for a hot second, y'all.
Yep.
To my folks looking in the west doorway, which one is that?
Who let us be a pair?
I don't know.
It's like
I
a
did
little study
apparently.
before the actual thing.
Which one is it? Cool. In this room, you find decaying desks, chairs, and lecterns filling the chamber. 3 smooth, 1-foot diameter crystal hemispheres protrude from the ceiling, evenly spaced along the center of the room from east to west. A concave wall on the far side of the room, meaning this bad boy way over yonder, has a steel-banded stone door in the middle of it. 3 sharp-edged glyphs are cut into the surface of the door.
Ooh. Can I read them?
They're glyphs. They're not like written language. They're more like coded language.
Can I attempt to figure out what they mean?
Certainly. Real quick. Try.
Second I see that fresca, I start backing out of the room, and knowing that I have the message thing, I just like send the same message to everyone. I'm like, so there is a giant painting of people fighting a black dragon, which is making the name Shadowglass seem more interesting to me, and just everybody, same message. I'm sharing the info that I gained from that room, and I'm not going any further into that one.
Okay.
I'm
Hazel is completely
telling
ignoring
Gina the
this.
same thing because Gina doesn't have message yet.
No, I can get it from other people. I just can't send it to people.
I believe you can respond to message if it's sent to you first.
You can
Yeah,
reply
respond to this message.
Yeah.
Hazel is fully ignoring this. They are intimidated by this tunnel.
Cool.
mm-hmm.
Yes, Gina.
Hey, princess lady.
Mm-hmm.
This is so stupid. What do you know about a dragon? Did you ever fight one of those?
I've never fought a dragon.
Have you ever been a dragon? There are fey dragons.
I've never been a dragon in my existence. Have you ever
Would you
been
like
a
to?
dragon?
I was wondering the same thing.
It's a thing.
I know.
You've been
I'm
a
just
familiar.
being- I'm
It's
just
not
being
that weird.
No, I was wondering the same thing, but I was
I'm
like,
just
Mittens
being a
wouldn't
punk.
ask.
Let's see. I feel like I'm missing something here. Please hold. There's so much, like, this section of it has so much information that I get a wee bit overwhelmed. Where did it said a thing? Oh, that's not it. That's not what I'm looking for. Is it here? So she goes, no, I've never been a dragon before. But listen, you're getting close. You have to find the ghost of the Scrivener, and you have to destroy him. That way I can be freed. Do you understand?
find the Scrivener and destroy him.
Scrivener's ghost.
The
Got it.
Scrivener's ghost.
That's got a
His
ring
name
to
is
it.
Zirian.
Zirian?
Zirian.
Zirian. Zirian?
Gina, are you talking to your friend again?
He's the same one who cursed you with this mark. It's his book that he made. He's the one who trapped me here. You have to destroy him and set me free. Do you understand? Set
his
me
name-
free.
And his name is Zirian.
Zirian.
I'm having way too much fun with that. Cool. Yes, I do understand that you're giving me instructions.
I just saw what the captions put, and that's not acceptable.
I didn't see what the captions put. That's exciting. I'll have to look back at it later.
Please don't.
All right. Yes, I understand that you're asking us to set you free. I understand that it's the Scrivener's ghost and his name is Zirian. Is there a reason why we need to know his name?
Names have power.
Yes. Do you know my name?
I believe they call you Gina?
But that's all you know.
That's all I know.
Excellent. All right. Hey guys, I think I'm gonna try to open this door, but I gotta figure out what's on it first.
What is this word? Candeska?
Candeska.
Are you approaching Gina and saying that word?
I'm saying it from what I'm seeing.
I'm asking, are you like standing near Gina?
I'm what, like 5-10 feet away from.
Yeah, you're not far.
Okay, yeah. So you
10 feet
ask
away.
this word out loud. It echoes off the walls, and all of a sudden, the 3 lights in the center of the ceiling just light up. Oh, you found the light switch. Good job.
Oh.
Incandescent. Candeska.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
Can you imagine
I was doing a word
the
puzzle in my
horror
head
movie
for a
would be
moment.
even funnier than the clapping of like Candeska, Candeska.
Kadeska.
Okay. Cool.
Of course, the witch and the cat have no idea what's going on.
Speaking of the witch and the cat,
He messaged you.
Hazel
No,
flat
we
out
know.
ignored it. We
Well, that's
ignored
your
it.
own
aware.
choice.
these
I'm gonna-
knuckleheads have chosen chaos.
I'm gonna
so
shimmy my way
We're
over to
aware of
them.
the situation. We're just choosing to do something else.
before I bounce back to our chaos gremlins, are you approaching the door, Gina?
Oh yeah, I would like to see what the glyphs mean if I possibly can glean that.
Cool.
Is Raven trying to come bother us?
Oh, I'm just shimming over, looking what you're doing.
Because I just saw you move the character.
Yeah.
So Gina, you approach the door, and you can tell that it is airtight. It looks like it's a door that slides into the wall. It has 3 glyphs on it, which when you pass your hands over the glyphs, they are locks. So they are just very fancy locks, in different shapes. You have proficiency in Arcana, correct?
I do not have proficiency in Arcana.
Well,
I have a decent Arcana score because I have a decent Intelligence score, but I do not have
Gotcha.
proficiency.
okay. Yeah, so all you can tell is that these are locks. They're fancy locks, but they're locks.
Okay.
Are you
They're
going to try
fancy
to
magic
open the
locks?
door? They're fancy locks. You don't have proficiency in Arcana, so you don't know if it is magical or not.
I have thieves' tools.
Are you gonna try to pick the weird locks?
Yes, please.
Please, by all means.
Do you
Do
have
this.
proficiency with thieves' tools? Or do you just have them?
Yes,
Okay, good.
because that's how artificers work.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you go ahead and make that roll for me. Let's check in on Gina and Mittens very quickly.
Gina and Mittens?
Hazel! I'm sorry. You two are right next to each other. And it's almost 1 a.m.
The witch and the cat.
Yeah.
Yes. Chaos
Hazel-
gremlins.
And Mittens. These chaos knuckleheads. What you doing?
We're investigating this tunnel.
How long is this tunnel? This is a long tunnel.
Please hold. I can answer that information for you shortly. What
Oh, if
area
you
is
scroll up
this?
on the map, there is a fucking skeleton in the tunnel.
That's fun.
Yep.
Oh no, there's water.
Oh no, there's water. Let's see.
Choices were made.
It's your fault.
So you kind of make your way through the tunnel pretty quickly, and what you find is essentially an underground spring. This natural cavern has been worn smooth by water erosion and is made cool and damp by the spray of a 4-foot-high waterfall, which feeds a small stream that disappears into a hole at the opposite end of the cavern. A skeletal figure lies sprawled across the floor, its head pointed toward the narrow stream.
Can I make an investigation check to just sort of figure out if there's anything worthwhile to discover about the skeleton figure? I don't know, maybe loot or something like that.
Are you investigating just the skeleton or like the area?
I would probably be interested in the skeleton itself.
Okay.
I would like to also make a perception check on the whole area.
Okay.
I would like to Arcana check the area.
Okay. I can tell you straight off the bat, without needing to roll an Arcana check, nothing magical is happening here.
Good to know.
In terms of perception investigation checks, go ahead and roll those.
9.
You find nothing on the skeleton. It's a skeleton.
This fucker followed us in here. He
I
barged in our
guess-
party.
A 15 for perception.
I can go again.
You see something glinting in the stream. Not water. Something golden.
Like where?
In the stream.
But it's a long stream.
Like, probably around, let's see, let me get the laser pointer. No, that's not the laser pointer. Like right around here. Like you just, it comes out of the corner of your eye. Like you ever notice something shiny out of the corner of your eye? And then you focus on, you're like, oh, there's a shiny thing there. You have one of those moments.
Would I be able to mage hand whatever this shiny thing is?
What's the range on mage? What's the
30
range?
foot.
It's
And up to 10
30
pounds.
feet and and
Yeah,
10 pounds.
you could do that.
Okay. Mage hand. Do you need me to? I don't. There's not any sort of roll
Nope.
for that.
You summon your mage hand, you send it over there, and you send it diving for the shiny thing. What you procure is a ivory drinking horn with a gilded rim. It's worth 500 gold.
I use my mage hand to snatch it from them.
No, the fuck you don't.
Yes, I fuck I do.
I
Roll a
just
sleight
mage
of
hand
hand.
again to get it back from you.
Okay, sleight of
Y'all,
hand.
if we start on this PvP nonsense again, I'm gonna make you roll disadvantage
Nope,
for the
that's a
rest of the
6.
session.
Don't even bother.
Okay. All right.
It's a, what about?
It's okay.
an
I would
it's
fight
an
you for it for Mitten's
Ivory
honor.
drinking horn with what?
Ivory drinking horn with a gold gilded rim. It's fancy.
It's
Worth
fancy.
500 gold.
Worth 500. Yep.
Good for drinking out of.
Yep.
Marcus has probably like 10 at his house.
Yeah.
I can tell you right now that there is nothing else in here. It's just a random stream. Like this stream. Aha!
Just this time they're not trying to seduce swords.
Yeah.
Yet.
No. Please don't.
Who's making weird?
It's a dog drinking
Oh,
water.
is that it?
Okay, that
Yum,
makes it a lot better.
Yep. Dogs be doing.
It's exactly what it is, Mel. It's Nova Scotia.
I know, because you know what? That's what Matcha sounds like when he's drinking water, and he's like a third of the size, maybe. So back over to our friends who are Gina. What was that lockpicking roll?
Yeah. Actually, I don't know what skill to roll.
Sleight of hand.
Well, so there's some argument for sleight of hand, but there's also some argument for just a flat
Dex.
check, and then adding the check bonus and proficiency. Does that make sense?
There is a thieves' tools skill.
Yeah,
I don't have it on. I don't know where to find it on D&D Beyond.
Thieves' Tools skill is just a dex check with proficiency.
Is it okay?
Using your
can
Thieves'
do
Tools.
that.
Yeah, do that.
Is it gonna? Nope.
So we make our way back out of this tunnel, I guess. Now that we've found the one thing.
You can make Mittens go swimming.
That was.
I would never do that.
That'd be
to the
so
cat.
cruel.
Mittens is out of here.
That was
Mittens is gonna go
9?
attack Marcus.
It was a 9.
Delicately. Just like a
delicately.
Just a bonk.
It's a 9 on that. Okay. So you attempt to
I'm fully expecting to get whammed with the spell.
You're not gonna get whammed with a spell, relax.
Gina doesn't care.
Do it. Do it.
Where is it? I was just looking at it, and now I feel like a crazy person. Where did my door go? There it is. All right. So
it's a long game. We're a lot to deal with, so delirium makes sense.
Door is airtight. Blah 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 blah. Any character who ability check or a ghostly figure of an elf steps through the door.
Oh.
The spectral elf seems to be wandering about the room, kind of talking to people who aren't there, but like silently. It's like he's on mute.
Shoot, I can't read lips.
Yeah. But so he seems to just be trying to like socialize with people that aren't actually there.
Do we see? Do we all or just
you all
Gina?
see him? You
Okay.
all see him.
I would like. No, do stuff first. Do stuff before I mess it up.
Let's try and have a go.
I just have a question, just
Go
a
ahead.
clarifying question.
Sure.
Did he literally walk through the door that is still closed, or did
Yes.
the door open and he
No.
walked through it?
No, he like materialized through the door.
Okay.
Try and go
And
ahead.
he's still walking through the room.
He's walking
Around
about the
the room.
room, talking to people that are not there.
So first is a question, second is an action. They're not
ahead.
related, but I'm just curious. The
Go for it.
question: the door, is it see-through in any way? Just because
No.
it looks like it's supposed to be glass, or
It
just
is not
maybe it's just 'cause
see-through.
it's fancy or something.
It is not at all see-through. It's very
Okay.
solid.
Second thing, I'm going to cast a message and send it to the ghost. Say, "Can you understand me in Elvish?"
Okay.
I'm just gonna reach my hand out into the way where he's going and just go
Yeah.
in front
So
of his
you're
face.
waving a hand in front of his eyes. Try and cast message. He seems to blink and finally focus his gaze on you. Let's see. Sorry, bear with me 1 second.
Oh, good.
Can I step forward and try to open this door?
Let me get through this portion first, and then yes. Okay. So he turns to you and he goes, What are you doing here?"
Which one of us?
He says that to you, Trine. He kind of hones in on the fact that you're the one who cast message on him, and he speaks out loud in common.
Oh, that's gonna make things a lot easier. Oh. gesture to the others to let them have their way with the ghost.
That was a choice.
Have their way.
Let's
You're
not
welcome.
get into that.
I'm just showing the tattoos, I guess. The writing.
Oh wow, you're making this
Is
incredibly easy for him.
Is your name
very
Syrian
much
bread?
Can I make an insight check on this ghost?
All right, one at a time. Raven, you show him your markings. Did one of you ask if he was Syrian?
I asked if he was Syrian bread, yeah. Yeah, welcome. I get to be a player.
I love you, Vinny.
All right. He makes note of the writing on your arm. And you see his face kind of soften, but also become creased with worry. And he goes, "Oh dear. You found the book, didn't you?"
I didn't.
That's an understatement.
It's
Yeah.
the collective you.
Points to Hazel.
Look, I just wanted to help my cat. It's not my fault the man gave me the book.
Yes, I'm a very important cause, as you can see.
The most important.
I wouldn't argue that.
This is all worth it for me.
Yes, well.
Tinga
Do you want
dinga
to fight,
durgan.
Marcus?
I feel like Marcus always wants to fight, but also is not the point of why we're here.
I'll fight Marcus.
Right now.
Cat fight?
Some more PvP. The witch and her cat against Marcus.
Cat versus Twink. Who will win?
No, witch versus bitch.
Okay.
God damn it.
And he goes, all right, so you answered that yes, you are the ones who found the book. And he goes, well, I'm incredibly sorry for the fate that's befallen you. My name is Syrian. I'm going to need your help to destroy the Princess of Shadowglass.
The one who keeps talking to us and asking us to free her?
When you mentioned that, you hear a very panicked voice in your head saying, do not trust him. He is evil. He is the queen's pawn. You cannot trust him. Mittens.
I would like to make
Everyone
an
hearing
insight check on both of these bitches.
I'm not sure how you could insight check the princess if she's not directly talking.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't sure if she was only talking to Gina or if that was in all of our heads.
Sorry. Specifically in Gina's head.
Okay. I want to do an insight check on the ghost man then.
Go for it.
How's Hazel's lockpicking going?
That is a 13.
A 13. Okay. Hazel, roll me a lockpick check, I suppose.
Well, can I not try and open it with magic? Because I do have an Arcana proficiency.
Let me find the side that mentions the door. That's not it. There's a lot of papers here. It's a lot of paper.
Welcome to college.
Buddy, I've been out of college for like 4 years. Leave me alone.
Never.
Wouldn't it be nice?
What the fuck?
Sorry.
That was a waste.
I trust it.
I just rolled 3 nat 20s.
Okay.
that?
Hazel, what specifically are you trying to do magically to open the door?
Awesome.
I was just trying to open it. I don't have anything in mind.
Okay.
It's clearly
Would
a
you like to
magical
make
door.
an Arcana check on the door?
Yeah, I'll make an Arcana check on the door.
Okay. While that's happening, your insight check tells you that he
That's
is
a natty 20.
natty 20. You can
Plus
tell
7.
that this door can only be opened one way, and you currently do not have the means to do so.
Do
It
I
cannot
know
be
what
opened-
those? Do I know
Yeah.
what those means are though?
Sure, you cannot open it through magical means, but you note the arcane runes on the door, they serve as locks. So, where there's locks, there are keys.
Ooh.
Do any of those locks happen to be the shape of an ivory drinking horn?
Unfortunately, no.
I was having the same thought.
That's a really good thought,
Oh,
but no. I'm sorry, who was I having Zirian talk to?
The inside check.
Insight check on Zirian. You can tell that he is genuinely remorseful for what has happened to you, and that from what you can tell, he is being honest about needing to destroy the princess.
Hey,
You then get a voice in your head, Mittens, similar to what was said to Gina before, of, he's lying, he imprisoned me as part of a scheme. I deserve to be free. I can save you from his mark. He's the one who created it and cursed you.
Inside check.
Go for it. Gina.
That's a nat 20.
hey, he's the guy who wrote. You're the guy who wrote the story, yeah?
I constructed the book to imprison her. So, yes and no.
So does the story in the book reflect her character?
Ha. Read between the lines and you get a very good sense of her personality.
That's
that's
what
not
I
a
thought.
straight answer.
Sure. As a great answer, the Princess of Shadowglass attempted to subvert and destroy the kingdom of Falorm. I bound her to the Scrivener's Tale through a ritual. And I had intended to later destroy the book once I had my strength back. However, I died.
You died first.
I died first, and then some nincompoop found the book and took it.
So if we
How
were to
did you
know more
die?
of the story, would that help us defeat her?
Also nat 20.
Nat 20 on what?
Insight for the princess.
Yes. Okay, I will get to that. The story doesn't really detail anything on how to defeat her. It's he goes, from what I was able to read while I was still alive, which was very stupid of me. From what I was able to tell, it was very self-indulgent and just painting herself as the heroine of the tale. Mittens, with your nat 20 insight, she's
5.
fucking full of it.
Oh, yeah.
She's fucking full of it. She wants you to release her from the book because it'll benefit her. Not necessarily going to benefit anybody else. She wants out because she didn't like that she was imprisoned in the first place. She's not necessarily innocent. And with the way that she's talking to you, and between Zirian's explanation, you do realize that he is telling more of the truth, that she is for lack of a better phrase, a usurper, a attempted conqueror, and clearly she failed. Marcus.
I'm just gonna yell into the room. The princess is a bitch.
A
What the
bit.
hell
already
talking
But
about?
we know
What
that.
is this?
Marcus?
I think Queen's the only one that heard me. Well, I was gonna say, now that we know, Mel, I knew that she was full of shit because you were using the same voice that you use in Among Us when you're the imposter. That whole time.
The funny part is that I wasn't even trying. I was trying to go off the description in the fucking adventure. So fuck you.
That's great.
Oh, so now it's the adventure's fault.
It actually is, though. I'll show it to you later.
Technically, yeah.
You say that the princess is a bitch, and you hear in your head, Mittens, mangy scoundrel cat.
That's me, bitch.
Zirian just kind of is. Are you talking out loud, Mittens?
Yeah.
Oh god. He looks a little bit confused at you, and then he just kind of is like, oh, she's probably trying to talk to you guys. He goes, I can probably help you. He goes, I can't open the door for you. But I can tell you where to get the keys. There are constructs in the library that have the keys that you seek.
You mean the library that we were in before?
I'm talking this library specifically.
Okay.
Okay, great.
What?
In the room behind
Yeah,
the
the
door?
Red Haven, the Red Haven,
Oh.
the Haven of the Red Quill is considered a library.
Oh, neat.
Hence all the desks and
Thank goodness.
bunks. Let's see. Fresco.
I feel like I should go investigate that skeleton again.
The skeleton had nothing on it.
I understand you say that, but Artemis did roll a 9, and you said that. That's why my brain was like, I feel like I should go investigate it again.
For a skeleton, the DC is like a 5.
Fair.
Also, I feel like meta knowledge, we know who that skeleton is.
That's a very solid point.
Yeah.
Oh, the ghost we're talking to?
Oh no, the good for
The
nothing.
dickhead who got you into this mess in the first place 10 years
I
ago.
don't know if that's meta knowledge.
Yeah,
Like-
no, that's not even meta
I feel like that's
knowledge.
something you could just infer.
We've
I
all
did
learned
not
the
infer that.
information.
I did not infer that. Head empty, no thought.
It is almost 1 a.m. So actually, let me ask you guys this because it is literally 5 minutes to 1. There are technically 2 battle encounters. Do we want to bookmark this for another date and do those battle encounters? Or do we want to plow through? Because at this rate, we will probably be up until 2 a.m. EST. And I understand that some people have a hard cutoff for literally right now, and I don't want to push that if people are not comfortable with it.
Probably good to cut it because I know us, and we'll take a 2 a.m. to a 3 a.m. and
To a 4 a.m.
blast it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
All right.
already 2 a.m. for
yeah.
me, and I have to wake up early.
Yeah.
2
even-
a.m. is nice.
So,
It's even earlier for Artemis.
yeah.
7
Yeah,
a.m.
Dang,
know.
and I thought
Oh
I
my
did good cutting out like a chunk of
Jesus, fuck.
the freaking beginning. I needed to cut out way more.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, we have so much bullshit.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
I
are.
really should have just
Yeah.
like plopped you guys into Baldur's Gate and left
nope.
it there.
Nope, yeah. Candlekeep. Time meter.
Alrighty. Well, so on the plus side, this means a part 2. On the downside, that means we have to stop for the night. But thank you so much for joining us. We will probably discuss a next date. I don't know if everybody's free next Friday.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I can tell
okay.
you right now.
There you go. So we're gonna figure out a next date to continue this second part. Take care, hydrate, get vaccinated. I don't know. Be a good noodle, okay?
Happy birthday to
Be a
me.
good
Yeah.
noodle,
being
and happy
awesome.
birthday
Happy
to Echo.
birthday,
Although it's
Echo.
technically, actually no, it's
No,
Echo's
it-
birthday in their time zone for like another hour. So yes, happy
No,
birthday,
for 4
Echo.
more minutes.
For another
For 4 more minutes. 4 more
more
minutes. 4 more
That's
minutes.
enough time to sing the happy birthday song. No,
Should we?
No, no, no,
no, I don't think
Maybe
anyone
off
enjoys
stream.
that.
Maybe off stream. All right. Thank you. So, oh, what is happening? My desktop speakers just freaked out. Ooh, I don't know how loud that got for people. I'm very sorry if all of a sudden
I
the
didn't
audio
hear it.
just went up. It was the music. It was like way, way up. So, that being said, have a great night. Be safe, be well, and we will see you next time. Goodbye.